Okay, it's Mike, the Lord of O.R.D, the 14 Digital Shaman. Gonna read another book now. Our Haunted Planet. Full title is Mysteries of Time and Space, Our Haunted Planet by John A. Keel. And we read one of his books earlier, Why UFOs, the Trojan Horse, something like that. Anyways, I'm gonna from Professor Mystic, from his reading of the book, and he does a better job reading it. But anyways, he says this. I'm gonna read what he had to say. John A. Keel was born Alva John Keeley, was born a American author, journalist, and was an American author, journalist, and researcher, known for his work in the field of paranormal phenomena, ufology, and unexplained mysteries. He was born March 25th, 1930. He passed away on July 3rd, 2009. Keel is perhaps best known for his investigations into UFO sightings, encounters with strange creatures, and other anomalous events. And Keel's book, Our Haunted Planet, published in 1971, is one of his notable works that delves into a wide range of strange and unexplained occurrences. The book explores a variety of paranormal phenomena, including UFO sightings, encounters with mysterious beings, strange creatures, poltergeists, and other supernatural events. Throughout the book, Keel presents his research and observations on these topics, often suggesting that these phenomena are interconnected and may be part of a larger hidden reality. One of Keel's central ideas is that the universe is filled with hidden forces that interact with humanity and in various ways, causing unexplained phenomena that are often dismissed and overlooked by mainstream science. He coined the term ultra-terrestrials that describes these hidden forces, which he believed could manipulate human perception and even physical reality. Our Haunted Planet offers a blend of investigative journalism, personal anecdotes, speculative theories. Keel's writing style is engaging, thought-provoking, and he often challenges conventional explanations for mysterious phenomena. The book encourages readers to question their assumptions about reality and consider alternative possibilities. It's important to note that John A. Keel's work is not universally accepted within the scientific community, and his theories have been met with criticism and skepticism. And you'd also find that to be true also within the paranormal and the ufologists and Bigfooters, cryptids, researchers. While his writing resonates with many readers interested in unexplained and paranormal, his ideas remain controversial and subject to date. So, thank you credit goes to Professor Mystic. You can find him on YouTube. for that breakdown. So what's good? We know that this book was published in 1971. Copyrighted John A. Keel, 1971. We have here chapters. You can't get there from here. I wonder if REM got that for their idea for their song. I wouldn't be surprised. Chapter 2 is Continent That Vanished. Chapter 3 is it's a nice place to visit, but Chapter 4, Towers of Glass and Theories of Putty. Chapter 5, Strong Men, Stupid Enterprises. Chapter 6, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Extinction. Chapter 7, Scientists in Collision. Then part 2 of the book is Chapter 8, Mimics of Men. Chapter 9, Men in Black, Lore and the CIA. In Chapter 10, Rendezvous with the Damned. Chapter 11, Not One of Them, etc. Chapter 12, The Demise of the Gods. Chapter 13, The Secret of Ages. Then part 3 is Chapter 14, Hello, Central, Give Me Ganymede. Chapter 15, Where is Everyone Going? In chapter 16, The Revolution of the Mind. Introduction. Expand this so I can read it. In September of 19, and I know this is like, what does anybody want to hear into this stuff? Well, reading these older books, you can start to see how, like, who's influencing who in our present day. And it's interesting that a lot of my own personal observations turned out to line up with Jacques Vallée and John A. Keel before we even knew about them. Before we even knew about Charles Fort. And anyways, in September 1953, I spent 8 hours inside the Great Pyramid in Egypt producing a radio program which was aired throughout Europe over the American Forces Network. The following month, Egypt so impressed me and archaeology so fascinated me that I returned to Cairo the next year and lived there for several months. Wow. Wading through the musty libraries and museums, prowling the desert, visiting ancient tombs. During a trek to Aswan and the Upper Nile, I saw my first flying saucer, which is very interesting because somebody else said something very similar to that. In fact, that was on Burn Eye, Third Eye Science Guy. I have to go. I'm going to take a little look back in time here. Is he mimicking that, or did he himself have a very similar experience? I mean, it's either or is the possibility. Either or is the possibility.
Than the actual employee.
Either or is the possibility. Well, let me see. Which is some guy I wouldn't mind interviewing. It's interesting the kind of circles you end up falling into when you're either from the periphery or actually meet the people due to this research that you do. I gotta find anything. Sorry for the delay here. I don't want to get the wrong guy. Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air. There it is. Let's just open that up real fast. Hans Dietrich, megamist.com, and he claims that he's had the same thing happen to him when he was in Egypt. Him and a group themselves saw a UFO. So, now let's get back into reading. So he saw during a trek in Aswan in the Upper Nile. I saw my first flying saucer, a metallic-looking disc with a rotating outer rim, which hovered for several minutes above the Aswan Dam in broad daylight. I had written and produced in the radio documentary Things in the Sky in 1952, and my earlier researches into unidentified flying objects had already convinced me that such things not only existed, but that they had been present in our skies since the dawn of man. And wouldn't it be interesting if they would actually have that recording somewhere on the internet? So let's find out. Things in the Sky, radio, documentary, 1952. Let's see if we can pull that up. Now the next thing to see if it's in archive.com. It might be lost in time, like so many things that we will do in our lives. I do not see it. That doesn't mean it's not there somewhere in the Wayback Machine or something, but I doubt it. So, but I messed him back when he wrote this 1971. It still has some relevance to the inner circles of those who were doing research on ufology. Eventually, my travels took me to Beirut, Damascus, Baghdad, and 1,000 places in between. That's a lot of places to hang out. I walked among ancient ruins and puzzled over man's illustrious but forgotten past. It would be nice to have health and money and be able to do those sort of things, wouldn't it? There's so many megalithic structures in North America that I'd like to check out, but I don't have the resources to go very far. Fortunately, I discovered you don't have to go very far to have encounters with Bigfoots, UFOs, spirits, ultradimensionals, extraterrestrials, the plasmic universe that surrounds us. You just have to start paying attention to what's around you. I walked among the ancient ruins and puzzled over man's illustrious but forgotten past. In India, I wandered alone in the Himalayas and crossed the border of Tibet. Well, that's awesome. And you did it all by yourself, man. You must have been, what an adventurer. How many of us have even done anything in our lives? You know, I mean, I done some things in my life, but not that much, to be honest with you. In India, I wandered alone in the Himalayas and crossed the border of Tibet, which has since been sealed by the Chinese. As I traveled, I interviewed archaeologists, historians, and assorted experts and spent endless hours in remote libraries poring over rare old books. I was puzzled at first to discover that none of the leading authorities seemed to agree on anything. Indeed, a large part of the scientific literature is devoted to theorizations and incredibly vicious attacks on the theories of other theorists. Most perplexing of all was the fact that some of the literature about the ruins I had visited smacked of pure fiction, but the authors had not visited the sites, but labored instead to a couple of fictitious theories with dubious facts. This led, of course, to conclusions that bordered on the imbecilic. An offshoot of this process is, understandably enough, an enormous quantity of crack literature created by unqualified researchers who attempted to interpret the scientific material in their own ways. And many areas of, by the way, this is where you end up with religion and movements, whether it's the Abraham faith or New Age movement or et cetera, et cetera. So, in many areas of the less popular sciences, the crack material outweighs the scientific because few, if any, scientists have tackled those subjects. So 98% of all the available literature on Atlantis, flying saucers, Tibet, and prehistoric ruins falls into the crack category. The task of sorting all this out and developing a valid synthesis is a formidable one which I have undertaken with great trepidation. In his book, In the Nature of Science, Martin Gardner defines the characteristics of the common crack or pseudoscientist. He lists the four chief attributes as being: one, the crank. I've been calling him crack this whole time. It's crank. The crank considers himself a genius, even a towering genius who is a year ahead of his time, so that ain't me. Two, he considers his colleagues and fellow researchers ignorant blockheads, largely because they fail to recognize his genius. He assaults his opponents by impugnation, questioning their honesty and intelligence and motives. They respond in kind, naturally, and so great storms are whipped up in the trivial teacups of the scientific and pseudoscientific journals. Controversy is the lifeblood of crankism. That's not me either. So I'm just a guy and trying to figure out what the hell this life's about and why I'm here and why I've experienced things and why I have to go through the hell that I'm going through. 3. This pseudoscientist is paranoid and feels he is the victim of a vast conspiracy designed to suppress his brilliant work. In many instances, these imagined conspiracies become a vital part of the subject itself, as for example, the endless literature discussing how the U.S. Air Force has been keeping the truth about flying saucers from the public. And I know there's a lot of people out there that say this is still going on today, but I'm sure they are keeping some of it from us, but I don't know why. 4. The crank delights in focusing his attacks on the greatest scientists and the best established theories. He goes after big game. He is wiser than Einstein, knows more about astronomy than Fred Hoyle, and is better informed about the moon than Neil Armstrong. The crank also invents his own terminology, a Jabberwocky understood only by him and his closest allies. So we find the literature filled with confusing and complicated terms which are merely displays of pseudo erudition, or what psychiatrists called neologism. Let's look into that. I imagine it has something to do with logic, right? I imagine. Just a guy trying to figure shit out, that's all. Who's under the delusion that somebody's paying attention. But that's okay, whatever it takes to learn. A newly coined word or expression. The coining or use of a new word.
Neologism.
Neologism. And I still didn't say it right. I don't say anything right. It's amazing. Jeez. Okay, where was I at when all this, when I lost my places? Okay, over the years, I have met the leaders of many peculiar cults and pseudoscientific factions of belief. With very few exceptions, they have all lived up to the above criteria. Most are friendly and cooperative with me, only they realized that I did not share their beliefs in Atlantis. And I think there was some kind of, from now what we're starting to discover, there was some kind of something like Atlantis. I think as we'll read in this book that there's very little evidence of Atlantis, and visitors from Andromeda, in which there's no evidence, it's just people's claims. And then they turned on me with wrathful vengeance and launched such campaigns of unfounded slander that I could only be amazed and amused. I have now been accused of being everything from a communist, con man, to a secret agent of the Central Intelligence Agency, from the religious fanatic. I am a lifelong agnostic. He says here about himself, to so when you hear any of this reference to the Bible and other stuff, remember that he claimed to be a lifelong agnostic. And that's where I'm at again, agnostic. To a pawn of the devil. I've been accused of that, and I've also been accused of similar things to that, at least. Typographical errors over which I have no control in my many articles and books have been lovingly dissected by these groups and prompted countless letters and essays reviewing their sinister implications. After 25 years as a writer and reporter, dedicated, it doesn't happen. It happens a lot in the Christian community, the religious, occult community. I did it myself until I started working hard. I just had to work hard on myself and my own flaws and warts. I still am. Collecting facts as objectively and as honestly as possible, my integrity has been attacked from all angles. Well, as the saying goes, you know you're doing something right if that is the case. And I guess you just have to learn what the thick skin is all about, huh? That's what they say as well. Although I'm 55 and I'm still trying to figure that one out. So, for these reasons, this book is written in a style which discusses known facts with the popular, unpopular beliefs they have inspired. I have not supported any of these beliefs. I am merely discussing them. It may be that the great civilizations of Atlantia and Lemuria once actually flourished on this earth. In this book, I am only weighing the evidence pro and con. It may be that little green men from Mars really are visiting housewives in Nebraska. I am only reporting the claims of the housewives, not trying to prove that Martians are really dropping in. The believers of Atlantis will undoubtedly hate me. The believers in Martians already despise me. Parts of this book are so obviously tongue-in-cheek that it shouldn't be necessary to mention it. Yet I know from bitter experience that some of my humorous comments will be taken seriously and will prompt new venom. I am not attacking any specific individuals or cults. I am attacking man's abysmal ignorance and his impassioned of effort to hide that ignorance from himself. I have seen a large part of this world and its mysteries. Wonder and curiosity have always been an integral part of my life. I am only trying to share that wonder with the reader. This book is based upon countless interviews, endless correspondence, many in-depth personal investigations, hundreds of books covering everything from alchemy to zoology. Wherever possible, I have tried to include key source references for the benefit of those readers who might be interested in pursuing some of these matters further. It has been impossible, however, to list all my sources. Some of the books used in my research were privately published and are quite rare. But even some of these can be obtained through Gray Barker, and then it gives us, and I doubt if it even matters. It doesn't matter. I don't even know if that exists anymore. That we're talking something that it happened. We wrote this 52 years ago, and we'll see. Well, we can put it out and see. I'm not saying this exists anymore, this place, but Gray Parker, Box 2228, Clarksburg, West Virginia, 26301, and Health Research, 70 Lafayette Street, Macomb, Macomb Hill, California, if I'm saying that right, 95245. Although unidentified flying objects are mentioned frequently in these pages, the UFO controversy is not the main theme. Some of the major UFO cases discussed are drawn from reports which appeared originally in England's Flying Saucer Review, the only truly scientific publication devoted to the subject. Queries should be directed to Flying Saucer Review. And I don't even know if it's worth just look that for yourself and see if it exists. I wouldn't be surprised if they change locations. If they still exist. I haven't bothered to. There's so many things to research, you just can't keep up with any of it. I do not pretend to know any answers. After a lifetime of travel and study, I am still learning the questions. This is a journey into man's past and the curious manifestations which have always surrounded him and which have directed the human race upwards from part 1. Upwards from what? Oh, that's why it's there. Okay, I have to go up. I forgot. I have this. The caves to the moon itself. It is a journey into the jungle of mystery, legend, and belief, and hopefully, it is another small step towards the larger truth that man has always sought but never really found. John A. Keel, Part 1. Chapter 1. You can't get there from here. While hairy, beetle-browed cavemen were laboring to invent fire and the wheel, there already existed on this planet a highly developed civilization of intelligent beings. They built massive cities of stone, many of which are still standing. They methodically constructed giant mounds of earth all over this planet for some purpose which still escapes us. They scattered particular artifacts of stone and metal across every continent. They sailed every ocean and mapping the entire globe systematically. Then they vanished. Cavemen inherited the earth. They regarded the ancient cities as sacred places. As the centuries ticked off, they became conscious of other life forms around them. Life forms that seemed to possess the power of invisibility, of life and death itself. They invented names for these forms. They worshipped them. They recorded the manifestations of that invisible world in myths and legends handed down from generation to generation. Eventually, they predicted sciences based upon their observations. Did I say predicted? Eventually, they perfected science based upon their observations of those manifestations. In time, those scientists developed new myths. The original owner of the earth, the builders of those great cities, were forgotten. So the original owners of the earth and the builders of those great cities were forgotten, but as man spread across the face of the planet, the traces of those lost elders were rediscovered. Man's newfangled sciences couldn't fit such traces into their new concepts, however, so the evidence was ignored, and as a result, the earth has two histories: the history taught in our colleges and schools, and the real but ignored history of a very ancient people and of strange forces which have often survived human events. 10,000 years ago, that unknown civilization carefully mapped the entire surface of the globe. Their maps were copied and recopied and passed along from one age to the next. Finally, copies of them were rediscovered by Captain Arlington H. Marley Mallory, and of all places, the Library of Congress, known as the Piri-Reis maps. They were originally found among the relics in the former imperial palace of the Sultan of Constantinople in 1929. Eventually, they ended up in the archives of Washington, D.C. I wonder if we could find those maps that he's talking about. Online. And then Rees maps. Maps. Plural. Let's do it that way. They have a PDF of it, do they? Muslim heritage. Let's see images of it. So here we go. Ancient maps. Let's see. Map of 1513. Well, they seem to know all about Africa for sure, and they seem to have some knowledge of that. I wonder if we got the dates right even. So there are such a thing as the maps. I haven't really spent any time researching them. I'm no cartologist. Well, not a lot of money there. That's not what I want to look at. Anyways, we'll get back to this. Damn it. Shoulder blades are burning like a mother. Ugh. Where are we at this before I got all discombobulated again? I'm going to take a little break here. Okay. So we're talking about the Piri-Reis maps. That's because it's... they originally were founded in the relics of the formerly imperial palace of the Sultan of the Constantinople in 1929. Eventually, they ended up in the archives of Washington, D.C. At first glance, these maps, which are dated AD 1513, appeared to be nothing more than hopeless garbled view of the ancient world. No one paid much attention to them until Captain Marley came along, working with the U.S. Hydrographic Office and the Western Observatory in Boston. He developed a grid system which suddenly brought the maps in focus. The modern Mercator grid system was not invented until 1559, so the ancient surveyors had to develop a method of their own. Once Marley, I keep saying Marley, it's Mallory, had unscrambled that method, he could hardly believe the results. These maps were incredibly detailed and as accurate as the latest charts. Antarctica, for example, was not discovered until Captain Cook reached it in 1773. It was not fully explored until 1950s, but the frozen continent is laid out with almost pinpoint accuracy in the Paris maps, including mountain ranges that were not even known to us until 1952. Even more astonishing, these maps outline glaciers and land areas which are known to have existed in the Ice Age. But for the last great shift in the Earth's crust, and estimate 10,000 years ago, this fact led Mallory to conclude that the original on which the Paris maps were apparently based have to have been drawn before the Ice Age. Professor Charles Hapgood, a science historian, heard of Mallory's work and turned the maps into a classic study project at Keene State College, if that's pronounced that right. It's Keene. His students painstakingly compared each detail with modern charts and found that the ancient maps were never more than 5 degrees off. And those errors were probably due to land movements that occurred after the originals were drawn. Many of the details of the early maps correlated precisely with modern surveys. The results of Hapgood's studies, together with full-color reproductions of the maps, were published in a book titled Maps of Ancient Sea Kings. Let's check that out. Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, archives.org. And there it is. Okay. This might be worth something to look into. Now, where am I at? Okay. Ancient Sea Kings. Modern scientists can't seem to agree on the age of mankind. Each year produces a new bit of bone and new controversy. Some claim man might be 500,000 years old. Others offer more conservative estimates ranging from 30 to 70,000 years. But all seem to share the notion that our ancestors were embarrassingly primitive 10,000 years ago. They certainly were not developed enough to sail and chart the earth. It would have been impossible for anyone to contrive the maps in 1929, the year they were found in Constantinople. It would have been even more impossible for someone to hoax them in 1513. And it is downright ridiculous to think that someone could have surveyed the Earth before the Ice Age. Modern scientists have a very scientific method for coping with such humiliating discoveries. They put them in the basements of their museums and forget them. The museums are filled with such erratics, as they are called. A cube of metal, carefully machined, notched, and rounded on one side, was found in the center of a block of coal in Austria in 1885. It's still in a museum in Salzburg, and no one has ever come up with an explanation for it. Basing their conclusions on the age of the coal bed, various experts have estimated that it could be 300,000 years old. That makes it quite a bit younger than a piece of gold thread that workmen found embedded in 8 feet of rock at the quarry in Rutherford Mills, England. The London Times announced the discovery on June 22nd, 1844. The experts mumbled that it had to be 60 million years old. Who could have dropped a gold thread in England 60 million years ago? Or who could have manufactured that iron and nickel cube 300,000 years back? Maybe these things were the handiwork of the same people who made the strange pieces of very ancient pottery which have been found in rock quarries and coal mines around the world, along with steel nails and perfect glass lenses, and even, believe it or not, bones of prehistoric animals with bullets in them. Giant chains have been found embedded in great rocks in both North and South America. Not merely embedded, but actually passing through the rocks. They seem to predate the arrival of the Europeans by thousands of years. Electric batteries have been found in ancient Egyptian tombs, and a huge slab of perfect green glass weighing many tons was found in a cave in Israel a few years ago. It ranks as the largest piece of glass ever cast and is very ancient. Who made it? How and why are they still unsolved mysteries? Science tells us one thing. These artifacts put the lie to all the scientific theories. Take man's earliest records, the cave paintings. Scientists assert that the great Syrians, I guess it's Syrians, if that's right, were extinct long before man arrived on the scene. Yet cave paintings have been found depicting dinosaurs. Other cliff cavings in the southwest show men hurling weapons at gigantic creatures that look like elephants or mammoths. Captain Mallory created a stir when he first revealed his work with the Paris maps on a broadcast from Georgetown University in 1956. He dared to suggest that the maps may have been the product of an aerial survey. Professor Hapgood was more cautious, however, merely implied they were the work of some lost seafaring culture. The aerial survey hypothesis would have necessarily been dependent upon a highly advanced technological society. Not only would flying machines have been required, but photography would also be needed for such a survey. Did the elders have cameras too? A mere 47,000 years ago, somebody carved an intriguing piece on the side of the Hanan Mountains in China, a picture of cylinders in the sky with strange beings standing on them. Russian and Chinese archaeologists could date it, but they couldn't explain it. Nor could they explain the drawing they found carved in the cliff at Virginia and Central, I guess if I'm saying that, Fergana? Not Genia, Fergana, and Central Asia in 1961. A Reuters dispatch described it as resembling a man wearing an airtight helmet with some kind of mechanical contraption on his back. It has been dated at 7000 BC. Other peculiar cave and cliff carvings have been found in South America, Japan, and the Sahara Desert. Some of these pictures show giants with round heads towering over ordinary hunters. Others depict circular objects with odd creatures coming out of them. These drawings were apparent attempts to record highly unusual and significant events. But today they are open to all kinds of interpretation and speculation. Scattered throughout France, there are many ancient caverns heavily decorated with carvings and paintings dating back 10 to 30,000 years. More than 2,000 animals are depicted, including 610 horses, 510 bison, 250 mammoths, 178 ibex, according to the study published by H. Burrell, and I pronounce that which is Breuil, Burrell, I guess it's H. Burrell, in 1952, alongside this impressive menagerie. There are scores of other designs which are far more mysterious. They show oval and disc-shaped objects, some apparently standing on tripod legs, with ladders extending down from them. Archaeologists couldn't account for them, but they looked uneasily like the modern descriptions of flying saucers. The leading French authorities, Michel, I think it's Amid Michel, goes so far as to suggest that that is exactly what they are. Ancient records in China describe flying saucers and mysterious lights in the sky. They were usually regarded as dragons, and the early Chinese noted that these things flew regular routes year after year, century after century. Other early manuscripts preserved in India mention Vimanas, aerial cars. So Vimanas, if I pronounced it right, as if they were commonplace. 5,000 years ago, a sage named Maharishi Bharadwaj wrote a thorough description of these Vimanas, and I don't know how you pronounce that. Let's find out how you pronounce that. Maybe I'll get lucky and be able to pronounce it. Maybe somebody will say Vimanas. I guess it's Vimanas. I'm sorry, I have a lot of issues, thanks to many things, including MS, and possibly, looks like it's pretty strongly Rh negative disease, which has caused me to be dyslexic and be able to mumble and stumble through my words. And I am not going to give up, even if no one else pays attention. This is for me. It never was about making money.
Vimana.
Vimana. And I didn't come close to that. Vimana. So those aerial cars were called Vimanas. All right. Telling how they could move in all directions silently, cover vast distances, and even become invisible. Vimanas. Vimanas. Instead of UFOs, maybe we should start calling these things what they were by the Indians. Vimanas. They were supposedly propelled by tunes and rhymes. Rhythms. Tunes and rhymes, perhaps a poetic way of describing the humming and whirling of intricate and little understood machinery. In appearance, they resemble the flying cones which have been frequently described in the reports of modern UFO witnesses around the globe. Although this sort of evidence is super abundant, it has never been systematically studied by trained scholars. Instead, this material has faded into the hands of assorted cultists and students of fringe pseudosciences. It has been used to advance beliefs in everything from lost Atlantis to extraterrestrial visitants from some distant planet. To subscribe to any one of these multitudinous beliefs and is to exclude all other possibilities. We should consider every possibility, avoid belief, and accept only the hard facts. Two key facts are already clear. One, there have always been strange objects in the sky above this planet. They were seen by early man and have been seen constantly ever since, as the Bible and other available records still firmly attest. And two, somebody mapped the earth before the Ice Age. We have no way of knowing who they were or how they did it. If the Paris maps were the product of an aerial survey, then perhaps there was an advanced civilization somewhere in the Americas or the Pacific, removed from the random clusters of primitive men. But occasionally, the advanced culture dropped in on the caveman, or at least flew overhead. Thus, two cultures may have existed simultaneously, one highly advanced and purposely aloof from the other. The animal-like cave dwellers, as was inevitable, the two cultures should occasionally cross, and that the higher group should affect the lower in many ways. At some point in early history, the higher culture was either destroyed by a monumental catastrophe or withdrew in some fashion, leaving hardly a trace behind. So our entire record of the superculture comes from the observations of primitive man. Our only evidence is the flimsy overlapping that took place, the residue that affect the superculture upon the subculture. Primitive man was profoundly influenced by the superculture and guided by it. There are even indications that members of the superculture actually appeared before primitive man and took over as kings and god kings to direct the early development. Such appearances help to generate many of the man's first religious beliefs. Some 2,500,000 people believe in the Book of Mormon. Of course, that is doubled, tripled since then, although that's fallen apart just like everything else, as people realize what a fraud that cult is. The Mormon Bible, which is purportedly a record of life in North America thousands of years ago, and I think that what they did is they bastardized, they twisted the record is what they did. As with all such records, from all cultures and all religions, there are frequent descriptions of events in which some unknown benevolent group supplied man with direct help in an hour of need. For example, here is how a compass was introduced, presumably to those long-forgotten North Americans. And it came to pass that as my father arose in the morning and went forth to the tent door, to his great astonishment he beheld upon the ground a round ball of curious workmanship. It was of fine brass. Within the ball there were two spindles, and one pointed the way whither we should go into the wilderness. 1 Nephi 16:10. One of the most popular theories bandied about in cultist circles is that man was seeded on the planet by some interplanetary group, and that group had kindly but remotely observed and guided our progress ever since. If this is true, they have been doing a lousy job in recent centuries. We need a lot more help than they have been giving us. In H.G. Wells' prophetic Things to Come, there is a vision of a world ravaged by war and divided into fierce tribes ruled by warlords. A handful of surviving scientists and thinkers band together and begin the task of restoring civilization by flying over the planet. They call their organization Wings Over the World. Wow. O-W-O-W. Wow. Much of the UFO evidence suggests that a real wow has already existed, and maybe one of their members handed a caveman the first flaming brand and first wheel. Just as some unknown party allegedly deposited the first compass outside that Mormon tent, a friend of WOW could have handed the original Piraeus map to some ancient Egyptian. After him, it may have passed from the library at Alexandria to the palace at Constantinople. The key to the grid system was lost, so the map became useless. However, it is known that Christopher Columbus did have some strange maps when he set out for his shortcut to India. It is easy to speculate and even easier to leap to mind-blowing conclusions. We must try instead to assemble the many fragments of tantalizing evidence and attempt to construct the whole. To do this, we must first recognize some very unpleasant facts. We must admit just how stupid we really are. I can admit that how stupid I am. I'm like an open book about that. Anyways. So how stupid we really are. In recent months, several different scientists attached to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, never a straight answer, NASA, have issued humble public statements admitting that our space program has produced data which invalidates many of the most coveted conclusions and beliefs of our learned astronomers. Ideas which have been accepted as fact for many years have suddenly been proved completely false. The more we find out about the moon, the less. It says here, before we go further, see Arlington H. Mallory's Lost America. So let's do that. Arlington H. Mallory Lost America. Can we find it? Does it exist? Huh. There it is. No, that's not the same thing. I'll have to find that. I don't know if we'll be able to find that. So anyways, the more we find out about the moon, the less we know about it. Space probes to Mars and Venus have tossed innumerable astronomical theories into the cooked hat. Recent radar probes to the planet Mercury discovered that the planet is actually rotating slowly on its axis. This is all questioned to this point, to mounted deception. Who knows if they ever went to any of these places? It could be somewhere outside of Greenland, or for all we know. Anyways, it is, after all, most of what we're dealing with is sorcery. Even though millions of school children have been taught for generations that Mercury does not rotate, leading astronomers are now arguing over the status of Jupiter. Some now suspect that it isn't a planet at all, but a really cold star. For the past 2 centuries, astronomers have been peering through telescopes, counting stars and making mathematical calculations to account for the motions and flickering they have observed. They have published and taught their learned conclusions as the gospel, and now we know that they have been wrong in many key areas, as we all have been, by the way. Before the end of this century, all of the textbooks will have been scrapped, and all of the old ideas will be discarded. It seems to be that way about every other generation, right? Anyways, people need to sell books and have a justification for their existence. We used to think of the universe as nothing more than abundant fields of stars arrayed in the galaxies. Dr. Frank Drake, chairman of Cornell University's astronomy department, said recently we underestimated the variety and quantity of matter in space by a factor of about 1 trillion, which means that we are about as wrong as we could be. In the early 1960s, deep dish radio telescopes discovered a maze of radio signals pouring in from outer space. At first, they were wild speculations that we had made contact with some super civilization in some other galaxy, but further study discounted this fascinating notion. Instead, it was found that interstellar space is filled with invisible objects which do not emit light rays but which do give off powerful radio waves. These things have been dubbed quasars and pulsars. They constitute one rather trivial aspect of a broad and complex phenomena. Our haunted planet has always been bathed in mysterious electromagnetic propagation and radio waves, some of them intelligent signals of unknown origins, of unknown origin. We have been aware of these signals ever since the invasion of the radio receiver, but we still cannot account for them. All of this will be discussed in depth in another chapter. Just as those funny flying saucers seem to be an environmental mystery which has always existed on this planet, it also seems that the Earth's atmosphere has always been charged with unidentified radio signals, some of which seem to radiate from the planet itself, as if the Earth were beaming signals into the space in response to the signals being received. Of course, the cultists contend that WOW has established secret transmitters in underground caverns. Even gravity is a mystery. Newton discovered the hard way that if you sit under an apple tree, you are apt to get hit in the head by a falling apple. But we still don't know why. Recent experiments indicate that gravity is really a slowly pulsating wave pouring across space, beating about once per hour. I don't know about that. The source of this wave and its true nature are a puzzle. We thought we knew something about it until our astronauts went into space and fumbled around in weightlessness. They found that even friction disappears in space. Our Buckminster Fuller, the great thinker and designer, has said everything you learn in school as obvious becomes less and less obvious as you begin to study the universe. For example, there are no solids in the universe. There's not even a substance of a solid. A suggestion of a solid. There are no absolute continuums. There are no surfaces. There are no straight lines. Everything is up for grabs. We don't know anything about the universe or outer space. We have, in all likelihood, constructed a totally false history of our own race. And most humiliating of all, although we have lived on this planet for at least 40,000 years, we really don't know much about it. We haven't even explored it. We haven't even explored it. Vast sections of this planet, encompassing hundreds of thousands of square miles, have been surveyed. There are enormous regions that still have not been visited by a single scientific trained man. Seasoned travelers are wearily familiar with the problem of locating accurate maps. In many countries in Africa, Asia, and South America, detailed maps are simply unattainable because no surveys have ever been made. Now, I mentioned this 50 years ago, so I'm sure things have changed somewhat. Those maps which are available often have the rivers and mountains in the wrong places. Here in the United States, precisely detailed maps of many areas just do not exist. I'm sure that's changed as well. There are blank spots in Maine and even in New Jersey, and the average road map doled out by service stations includes only the major highways and the larger towns. Unincorporated villages and their number in the thousands cannot be found on any map anywhere. Thank God for the internet today, huh? Because you can find this stuff today. It took 50 years, but we got it now. I don't know if it took 50 years. We probably had that for more than 50 years, but 40 years, 30 years from this time it's been written. It's still a damn good book to read regardless. It makes you think. It makes you think how much progress we've had since this book has been written. The regional maps distributed by the Geological Survey in Washington are often based upon surveys made in the 1880s or 1920s. So many of them are virtually useless. I'm sure that's changed since this book has been written. New highways are being built so rapidly that the average road map is 2 or 5 years behind. Travelers in inland Brazil find themselves trying to cope with maps based on sketches drawn by missionaries 100 years ago. Visitors to the Himalaya mountains have to deal with maps drawn by amateur cartographers and guesswork. Vast sections of the Earth's ocean have not been adequately charted. They say that's still going on today. I think cartography and maps, thanks to satellites, the internet has improved. Now, having one in your hand is another thing, but at least if you got a computer, you can find it. GPS, right? If you have your phone. But in 1971, that was just something coming into being. There are countless islands everywhere that have never been visited, named, or mapped. If WoW actually existed, they could occupy a large island in the Pacific or Antarctica and nobody would ever be the wiser. That's a possibility still. We have, of course, flown over a great part of the earth. Back in the 1930s, Charles Lindbergh flew over Brazil and reported seeing an enormous stone wall deep in the jungle, a wall that stretched for miles. No explorer has ever penetrated that wall over land. We still don't know anything about it. Do we know anything about it today? I don't know. Other flyers of other parts of the world have reported similar oddities, and most of them remain unexplored mysteries. In the 1970s, the United Nations issued a report which stated that 4/5 of the Earth's surface was inadequately surveyed and charted, and that tremendous areas remain unexplored altogether. That latter part, I'm sure, is the case. The cartographers who drew up the original Pyre maps probably knew more about our planet than we do. Despite all these facts, most of us like to pretend that our planet is fully explored and that all of its many mysteries have been adequately solved. We believe our history books. In fact, many millions of people still cling to the thoroughly discredited religious belief that mankind is only 4,000 years old. Science labors to ignore the mounting evidence that we may not be the only intelligent life form on this planet. Yet historians have always carefully recorded the events which indicate that a parahuman race does exist alongside us. Millions of people have encountered them, and thousands of books have been written about these encounters. Now that we are zooming ahead into the age of Aquarius, it is time for us to take a new look at the world around us. Time for us to study those despicable erratics of archaeology and history a time for us to think about the unthinkable. Our much touted technology has led us down the road to ruin, poisoned our environment, and given us the implements for destroying the earth itself. If there was a great superculture thousands of years ago, perhaps it followed the same tragic course. Perhaps even the abominable snowmen in the Himalayas and their North American counterparts, the Sasquatch of Canada, will inherit the earth in 10,000 years from now. Their descendants will be studying a frayed copy of an old road map and speculating about us. Naturally, there will be scientists among them who will sneer at the whole thing, and they will get back to the business of trying to split the atom, which is interesting that he brought up Sasquatch. When you think about my study that I just did about Esau and Jacob, and that Esau is a perfect description of a Sasquatch. And the promise in that book is that things would be flipped on its head. Remember that page, 21. Chapter 2, The Continent That Vanished. Every 2 or 3 years, some adventurous scientific or periodic deep-sea diver discovers lost Atlantis. He usually announces his find during the summer shilling season, when news is slow and the papers are filled with yarns about Loch Ness Monster and bathing beauty contests. Atlantis has now been located in the Mediterranean many times, west of the Ozars and south of the Ozars, and in the Caribbean, and off the west coast South America, off the east coast South America, and North Pacific and South Pacific, and off the coast of Florida, and even in the Indian Ocean. Recently, the ruins of an ancient temple of unknown origin were discovered in the blue waters of the Bahamas. The newspapers soberly revealed that Atlantis had been found at last. A year or so later, a mysterious stone pillar was spotted by divers deep in the ocean off the coast of Peru. Atlantis rose again. This game has been going on for a very long time, and researchers wading through 50-year-old newspapers have found them sprinkled with wondrous tales of Atlantean finds. Professors and PhDs have frequently joined the clamor bidding for publicity and the often sizable foundation grants that follow such publicity. Keeping alive one of the greatest fantasies of human history, it isn't even a myth or a legend. There isn't enough evidence of any kind to give Atlantis such stature. Nevertheless, Atlantis has become an important part of our folklore. Even the famous prophet Edgar Casey, discussed the lost continent with the spirit world and passed along predictions that would arise again in the stormy Atlantic in 1968 to 69. While the reality of Atlantis can be viewed with considerable skepticism, the persistence of the belief in it provides some interesting facts about the weird mechanisms employed by the Earth's phantom inhabitants to generate myths and camouflage their real existence. Atlantis is no more real than visitors from Mars, yet there are millions of people who have believed wholeheartedly in both. The members of the WOW have carefully sowed the seeds of such myths in their wake and have worked across the generations to nurture them. First, how did the story of Atlantis begin? It was launched by a single man named Plato, 427 through 347 BC. In his two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, he offers a description of Atlantis and its demise 9,000 years earlier. His source, he states, is a man named Critias, who had heard the story from his great-grandfather, Dropides. We'll just call it that way. Everything's dis, what the hell? Who had heard it from a sage named Solon, who had heard it from an Egyptian priest. So the whole foundation of the Atlantis fantasy is based upon what a 90-year-old man told a 10-year-old boy. Those are the ages given by Plato about the tale spun by Solon years before, rather like having your great-grandfather tell you the plot of a novel that someone else described to him after having heard it from someone else in a far-off land. And that someone else hadn't read the novel but had heard about it, since the novel was 9,000 years old. Incidentally, the final pages of Plato's discourse are missing, so even his record of this heresy is incomplete. Scholars have devoted their lives in pondering Plato and searching for the archaeological evidence to support the existence of Atlantis. Visit any library and you'll find shelves of books on the subject of new pro-Atlantis volumes appear each year. A small oh my God, indefatigable cult, indefatigable. This is an interesting word. Indefatigable cult of Atlantean believers has existed for a century or more, pouncing upon each new archaeological discovery as proof of Atlantis. Ruins throughout Central and South America have been credited to Atlantis culture. Everything from Stonehenge in England to the Great Pyramids of Egypt. And where that little bug is in front of my freaking face. Great Pyramids of Egypt to the monasteries of the Himalayas has been accepted by believers as further evidence of Atlantis. In the chapter 1, the premise was stated that mankind could be an offshoot of some earlier superculture. The Atlantophiles have recognized this partially and think of Atlantis as that superculture. The psychic world has supported this contention for years by passing along endless messages about the past glories of Atlantis through mediums and Ouija boards and the like. Many of these messages have served as a basis for some of the peculiar books that have appeared. Surprisingly, some of the data in this torrent of gibberish can be authenticated historically, but a part is hard to establish. Not a part, a pattern is hard to establish. These are people around the world who claim to have actually met the Atlanteans themselves. These precepts, witnesses, describe stately men and women dressed in colorful robes and headdresses who appear suddenly like ghosts and apparitions. People who have never given Atlantis any thought at all are suddenly confronted by these entities. Such visits can last for hours, according to the precipients. God, I can't read and I can't talk, but I'm going to do it anyways. The Atlanteans takes great pains to describe the history of Atlantis in detail, and when the witness scurries to the library, he or she finds some of the things mentioned in the literature. Eventually, the precipitant may write a book or pamphlet himself, combining what he has read with what he has been told by the entity. His work is entered into the literature and quoted again and again in new books by others. The same phenomenon occurs constantly in religion, spiritualism, and UFOdom. In the latter, the entities claim to represent some other planet. They pass along convincing to the precipitant descriptions of life on other worlds. Like the Atlantean entities, the UFO plots share the disturbing ability to appear and disappear in thin air. The tall, bearded Atlanteans with their high cheekbones and oriental eyes are undoubtedly close brethren to the picturesque spacemen who, incidentally, are most often described the same way. In occult lore, these entities have been described for centuries and are called elementals. The phenomenon take many forms and undoubtedly inspire the massive folklore of fairies and leprechauns, vampires, demons, and the multitude of ghouls, goblins, and banshees who have always occupied our haunted planet. They appear to have the ability to assume any shape or disguise. Some, if not at all, seem to be the product of some complicated hallucinatory process which is able to feed false images into the minds of the precipitants. Thus, a group of people in a room can sometimes come up with contradictory descriptions of an apparition. Some of the people might not see it at all, just like having a Bigfoot encounter, by the way. There are, of course, all kinds of psychological factors which could explain some of the hallucinations and apparitions too. But it is quite remarkable that some of the messages passed along by our elusive Atlanteans are identical to the message passed along to unrelated witnesses who have chatted with spacemen from Ganymede, a satellite of Jupiter. So, I mean, if you see Ganymede, I guess is what it is. The same mechanism, be it psychic or psychological, is clearly at work in all these cases. The phenomenon utilizes many other frames of reference. An apparition might pose as an ancestor Greek philosopher, an ancient Greek philosopher, or as Abraham Lincoln, or a deceased pope. There are cases of all these. The folklore of all cultures also takes into account apparitions which pose an exact duplicates of living persons. In Germany, such entities have long been known as doppelgangers. The manifestations have also led to the creation of many minor cults, such as the believers in Lemuria, which is supposed to be another lost continent, and Mu. Here again, we find that a large part of the literature is based upon the alleged experiences of those who have encountered Lemurians. In the Middle Ages, many people insisted they had visited the underground palaces of the fairies, and volumes were written about the secret commonwealth of the little people. In modern times, the Daru, the uh, detrimental robots myths have blown up around the stories of people who claim they have been taken to secret caverns occupied by the ancient secret Daru culture. And 1944, amazing stories and a science fiction magazine published Richard Shaver's I Remember Lemuria. Editor Ray Palmer was amazed when he was swamped by thousands of letters from people who swore they have experienced the Darus and the Lemurians. They often describe things identical to flying saucer phenomena, which did not explode on the American scene until 1947. The myth-making machinery of WOW has always been in operation, and the earliest thinkers and scientists recognized it. Strange illusions and purposeful distortions of reality have always haunted the human race. Some cults have defined the culprits as masters of illusion, the Black Mentalists, the X group. For centuries, it was popular to accuse the devil, witches, and warlocks for these bewildering manifestations. Whole religions sprang up around the evidence supplied by the phenomenon. In Sweden, the great mathematician Emanuel Swedenborg from 1688 to 1772 wrote huge tomes about his experiences with the elementals and offered solemn warnings such as, when spirits begin to speak with man, he must be aware that he believe nothing that they say, for nearly everything they say is fabricated by them, and they lie. For if they are permitted to narrate anything as what heaven is and how things is in heaven and the heavens are to be understood, they would tell so many lies that a man would be astonished. This they would do with solemn affirmation, therefore men must beware and not believe them. Sir Walter Scott, from 1771 to 1832, the famous novelist, made a serious study of these matters, and in 1830 he published a series of essays summarizing his conclusions. He noted that when trained psychics encountered fairies and visited their splendid palaces, the illusion vanished, he explained. The young knights and beautiful ladies showed themselves as wrinkled carnals and odious hags. Did I say carnals? Carls. Wicked carels and odious hags. The stately halls were turned into miserable damp caverns. Ah, the delights of the Elvisiums. Elysiums vanished at once. So Elysiums. Never heard of that before. Elysiums vanished at once. In a word, their pleasures were showy but totally unsubstantial. Their activity unceasing but fruitless and unavailing. Their condemnation appears to have been consistent in the necessity of maintaining the appearance of industry and enjoyment through their toil was fruitless, though their toil was fruitless and their pleasure shadowy and unsubstantial. Hence poems have designed them as the crew that never rests. Besides the unceasing and useless bustle in which these spirits seem to live, they had a propensity unfavorable and distressing to mortals. Educated theologians and scholars attached to the Vatican made a sober investigation into the burgeoning fad of spiritualism in the 1950s. This examination led to the issuance of a papal bull which warned Catholics that spiritualism was dangerous and the work of the devil. Despite all these warnings, millions of people were gripped in the hopeful effort to communicate with the spirit world, and the elementals played the game with relish, implanting a whole new lore about life on other worlds and planets. New cults were spawned and dozens of frames of reference were established, all based entirely on the seemingly sincere messages of these characters. We were guided from beliefs in fairies and their secret commonwealths to new, more scientific beliefs in interplanetary visitors and their great intergalactic councils. The flying saucer phenomenon generated a whole new set of theories and beliefs as more and more people had encounters with Venetians and Martians in the Black Hills of Kentucky and the deserts of Arizona. The crew that never rests were up to their old tricks in a new guise. Once the skilled investigator recognizes just how tangible the manifestations really are, he is catapulted into the more esoteric world of philosophy. He struggles with the task of interpreting these unreal events, trying to understand their hidden purposes. This is unfortunately the route of madness. The phenomena is fond of creating allegorical situations which cannot be interpreted without excessive scholarship. The problem is to sort out the meaningful from the rubbish and to search from the hidden consistencies buried in the mountains of communications from the past and present. The scriptures of all the great religions do contain a number of subtle correlations. Much of this literature deals vaguely with rumors of some great past civilization. Isolated Indian tribes in North and South America have legends and myths very similar to the stories found in the Bible, including tales of a great deluge which destroyed most of mankind thousands of years ago. The Toltec Indians, for example, even had a tradition about the Zakulai, I guess it's Zakulai, a very high tower they erected, and according to the how do I pronounce that? Let's see if I can even pronounce that. Maybe they'll give me a break and I'll find that one. Yeah, I'm a human being. I'm a very flawed human being who has very little talent in anything. This is now about. I could use this as an excuse. There we go. Jesus. Give me the pronunciation. Give me the damn pronunciation. Instead of making up shit. It's not giving it to me. Give it to me, people. Give it to me. Don't let me down. I don't like this new AI thing, man. Enter word or name to pronounce. Try it again. I'm sorry. I have to do this. It drives me nuts. I know it's not any good to listen, but I will get back to reading. And when I find out, I'm going to feel so stupid again. I'm serious, Bird. No, they won't give it to me. And see, if I not... well, maybe we can... Ectil oxil. Fucking hell.
At Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012, my 7-year-old son Daniel was shot to death in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name of Mexican origin. This is a feminine given name, somewhat common in central and southern Mexico. The meaning of the name is flower. This is the Nahuatl word for flower.
So
How do you go about pronouncing it? You have to know that the X is pronounced like an S and the T is silent. Once you know this, it's pretty straightforward. Simply say, Xochitl. Xochitl.
So the X is silent. So it's I-til socio. And I probably didn't sell it right anyways. And the X is silent and the... no, the X is an S. And the I is silent. So... still... oh, fuck. Still... Oxel. I know I'm not saying it right. I don't know how you guys know these words. It's just some of you guys are so fucking smart. You can just read things and there's no dilemma, no problem, no concert. I can't fucking pronounce any of these goddamn fucking words.
Exploksettle.
Okay.
Exploksettle.
Listen to that.
Exploksettle. Exploksettle.
I don't fucking know. It's maddening is what it is. Whatever that damn word is, according to whatever that word is, presently their language were confused and not being able to understand each other. They went to different parts of the earth. Atlantean scholars have labored to assemble all of this lore as further proof that Atlantis did indeed exist as a real continent which was destroyed by some great natural catastrophe. However, much of the information passed along by the Atlantean elementals states that Atlantis was an evil place, dominated by warlike technology, very similar to our own, and that the Atlanteans eventually destroyed themselves, or were deliberately destroyed by some greater force which took a dim view of their militarism. And the flying saucer lore, we have tales passed on by the spacemen of a great planet located between Mars and Jupiter and identified variously by Meldrick, Clarion, and a dozen other names. Salmeldic, Clarion, and a dozen other names. The inhabitants of the planet learned to smash the atom and soon succeeded in smashing their entire planet. It was broken into thousands of bits and pieces, and those fragments now constitute the astral belt. And so one important thread runs through all the literature. A great civilization once existed prior to the appearance of modern man, and it was either destroyed or destroyed itself. The surviving physical evidence, which will be discussed further on, indicates that such a civilization did exist on this planet and that its inhabitants vanished before or soon after man crawled out of his caves. It may be that the elementals are actually part of the human psyche and that they have been presenting us with some scrambled racial memory of a distant past. Like the Garden of Eden, Atlantis may be nothing more than an allegory designed to give us clue about our own history. And flying saucer lore, there is elaborately detailed literature asserting that Venus was actually the Garden of Eden and that Adam and Eve were Venetians planted here to colonize Earth, another variation of the Noah Ark theme. Even more interesting are the contagious activities of the parahuman group, which has remained in constant touch with us throughout history and has greatly influenced our theological and philosophical ideas. They are proven liars and mischief makers, but it is also possible that they have been slyly trying to tell us something about ourselves. And recent years, the flying saucer occupants have passed along innumerable warnings about how we have been upsetting the balance of the universe with our atom bombs, and they have laced these warnings with blood-curdling tales of the Maldek. And controversial UFO reports from Mendoza, Argentina is rather typical of the warnings. On September 1st, 1968, Carlos Peccinati, 26, and Fernando Josh Villegas, I don't know, Vegas, Villegas. So Fernando Jose Villegas, 29, were driving home from their job at the Mendoza casino at 3:30 a.m. when their car suddenly stalled. They got out to look under the hood and discovered a huge circular machine hovering nearby. 3 beings in coveralls appeared, and they said they were paralyzed, unable to move. A foreign-sounding voice rang in their heads. It was as though they had put into their ears tiny earplugs, speakers used in transistors. Peccinetti, if that's how you pronounce it, said, "We have just made 3 journeys around the sun." The voice told them, studying customs and languages of the inhabitants of the system, mathematics of the universal language. Then a circular screen similar to a television screen appeared next to the object, and 2 men were treated to a series of images. First was a waterfall of lush country. The second was a mushroom cloud, of course, and the third, the waterfall scene again, but without water. After the entities clambered into the machine and flew off, the 2 witnesses were able to move again. Their story contains all the familiar ingredients of thousands of other UFO contact tales. First, their automobile stalled. Then they were paralyzed. Next, they heard a telepathic voice, also known as mind speak, right? And finally, they were given a simplified message, and the meaning of that message is quite obvious. Police officers, doctors, lawyers, college professors, government officials, and just plain old folks by the thousands have shared similar experiences in recent years, and the members of WOW have really been engaged in an all-out effort to convince us of some impending disaster. It is not unusual that they should relate their warnings with tales about past civilizations that followed the same woeful path. The Atlantis story seems to acquire another meaning in view of all this. Atlantis could be a part of our future indeed, of our past, perhaps. We are the Atlanteans. And once again, I apologize for my shitty reading and pronunciation, but I'm doing this for multiple reasons. A is for my own personal growth and learning. B, I have to do this because it's part of how I'm managing my multiple sclerosis, okay? And C, I guess face my fears of what other people think about me. Chapter 3 of the book The Haunted Planet. Did I bother to even get that? Let me get that. Let me snag that. That's what the cover looks like. By John A. Keel. And I'm done, finished. I'm not going to read all the catalog, because half the book, Passport to Magonia, is a catalog of sightings from 1868 to 1968, the year I was born. We're not going to read this. I'm going to read this. I'm going to attempt to read this. Yeah. Hopefully I can not butcher it too much. It's a nice place to visit, but chapter 3 of, once again, Our Haunted Planet. Soon after he became president of the United States, the United Arab Republic, I already screwed it up, the late Gamal Abdul Nasser ordered a giant 80-foot statue removed from the desert to a park in Cairo. The statue had been standing for uncounted centuries near the famous Step Pyramid. A battery of engineers and workmen descended on it, equipped with bulldozers, tractors, and monstrous cranes. They struggled with the project for weeks, perhaps first perplexed, then annoyed, and finally humiliated by the discovery that modern technology simply could not budge the mammoth piece of stone. This raised even more troublesome question. How had the ancient Egyptians moved the statue in the first place? Oh God, I can't read. How had the ancient Egyptians moved the statue into place to begin with? The archaeologists had been arguing for years about the methods employed by ancient stonemasons. Some quite moronic theories have not only been suggested but have been widely accepted as the answer. These theories are, as usual, taught to school children. The mystery is regarded as solved. Nobody asks questions. There are over 90 pyramids in Egypt alone. And there are dozens of others all over the world. Actually, there's hundreds at this point. We know that 50 years later. The largest of all is located deep in China, and apparently Bosnia might be bigger. And apparently there's even a bigger one in the Grand Canyon. Sure looks like a frickin' what it once was a pyramid. Most of the Egyptian pyramids were once used as the burial place for pharaohs. But the Great Pyramid of Giza was never employed for this purpose. No one has an inkling why it was built. Some of the gigantic stones in these structures and the gigantic temples spotted around Egypt were apparently taken from quarries hundreds of miles away. The popular archaeological theory is that these stones were floated up the Nile on rafts and then moved into place on wooden rollers. Since some of these blocks weigh as much as 5 tons and probably more than that, this means that in order to float them, the Egyptians would have had to build the huge rafts capable of displacing over 5 tons of water. Otherwise, they would just sink to the bottom with their load. The Egyptians didn't amount to much when it came to building ships. No evidence of these super rafts has ever turned up. There are other flaws in these theories. We are told that hundreds of thousands of slaves were pressed into pyramid building during certain seasons of the year. This leads us to the problem of logistics. It would take a complex organization to feed these hundreds of thousands daily and administer to their needs. Various modern engineers and experts have applied their slide rules to the problem, and the most liberal estimate of time required to construct the Great Pyramid is 600 years, and that's the most liberal, so probably a lot longer than that, right? Strangely, although the ancient Egyptians left profuse records of everything else, no one has ever turned up even a single piece of papyrus describing the planning and building of these massive monuments. The stones were cut and dressed with such perfection that a piece of paper can't be inserted between them. Obviously, those early stonemasons were superb craftsmen, and obviously there were a lot of them in order to undertake and complete such an enormous task. When there is a mystery which cannot be logically explained by science, cults develop which great explanations of their own. Our Atlantophiles naturally agree that Egyptians didn't build the pyramids at all. Our UFO buffs claim they were built by the wonderful space people. Morris K. Jessup, an astrophysicist and an early student of ufology, reviewed the question and suggested levitation is the only feasible answer. I believe that this lifting machine was a spaceship, probably a vast proportion, that it brought colonists of various parts of the earth and probably from other terrestrial areas, that it supplied the heavy lift power for erecting great stone works, that it was suddenly destroyed or taken away. Such a hypothesis would underwrite all the movements of stone over. So such a hypothesis would underwrite all of the movement of stone over which archaeologists and engineers have pondered. This presents us with a splendid contradiction. If some super society in the sky had the technology to build a spaceship of vast proportions and fly it all the way to our humble planet, why would they have the need to play around with stone blocks. If they wanted to leave behind evidence of their visit, they did a poor job of it, for we never have figured out the real meaning of these monoliths. Couldn't they have engraved a nice little message for us inside the Great Pyramid, explaining the whole thing in 75 languages? The only carving found inside the Great Pyramid are a few little scratchings in the roof of the upper chamber, which archaeologists regard as stonemason marks. Similar marks have been found in other structures. Maybe they are just an ancient equivalent of Kilroy was here. For centuries, the spirit mediums and their precipitants who have chatted with ghostly Atlanteans have told us that the Great Pyramid really contains a hidden chamber which is crammed with goodies that will explain everything to us when the proper time comes. Not wishing to be left out, many flying saucer contactees have repeated the same promise. An anthropologist named George Hunt Williamson wrote in the early 1950s, the builders of the Great Pyramid buried one of their great spaceships near the structure. It will be revealed, no doubt, within comparatively short time, that there are many secret chambers within the Great Pyramid, and that its true entrance lies under the silent object that is like a lion and yet a man, the Sphinx. It will not remain silent much longer. On February 9th, 1960, a fertilizer salesman named Reinhold Schmidt was picked up by a flying saucer and flown to Egypt. According to his pamphlet, Edge of Tomorrow, the friendly space people conducted him on a tour of those hidden chambers where he saw, among other things, the true cross on which Christ had died. He was also shown 32 tablets of a heavy quality paper, rather dark in color. Imagine my surprise when I found the events of the past, present, and future. They are described in modern day English in black ink, written in beautiful longhand. These records indicate, Schmidt claimed, the end of this present Earth cycle will begin in 1998. So after the endless discussions of hidden chambers in the pyramid, we finally had a genuine eyewitness who had been there and seen them, unless, of course, Smith's adventure was just another variation of the classical visits of the underground fairy palace of yesteryear. Science took over. In 1969, a group of American scientists headed by Dr. Louis W. Alvizar traveled to Egypt and set up expensive cosmic ray detectors around the Great Pyramid. Their theory was that any cosmic rays penetrating the pyramid and passing through hidden chambers would be recorded as moving silently faster than ray particles traveling through the solid stone. They fiddled with their gadgets for months and did get some very esoteric readings at first. But finally, in the February 6, 1970 issue of Science, Dr. Alvarez glumly announced that no hidden chambers had been detected with his sophisticated apparatus. The occultists all nudged each other and winked knowingly. Obviously, it was all a cover-up, part of a great conspiracy to keep the truth from the public. Men have been scratching their heads over the Great Pyramid for at least 4,000 years. It has never really been dated, and it could be considerably older. Whoever built it was so clever that countless efforts to find an entrance met with failure for thousands of years. Finally, in AD 620, the Caliph Maman, I guess it is, Maman, or Maman, I don't know, launched a full-scale attack on the structure, expecting to find it filled with treasure. His men chipped away at it, heating the stones with fires and then cooling them suddenly by pouring vinegar over them. Slowly the stones cracked, and they worked their way into the pyramid until they came upon a passage. It was completely empty. They found a larger passageway, now known as the Great Gallery, which leads upward to two small chambers. The lower chamber's entrance is so small a man must enter on his hands and knees. The upper chamber contains nothing but a crude stone tube, which really doesn't resemble the elaborately designed sarcophagi used by the ancient Egyptians to entomb deceased royalty. The total absence of artifacts and hieroglyphics has given archaeologists plenty to speculate over. Some have suggested that the pyramid was used as a kind of grain elevator, that wheat was measured out in that tube. Others have tried to find astronomical significance to it, and they still are. In the mid-19th century, the pseudoscience of pyramidology was born. A writer named John Taylor published a book in which he concluded that the whole purpose of the structure was to preserve ancient Egyptian measurements. He was followed by an astronomer, Charles Piazzi Smith, who extended this notion to include prophecies of the past and future. He measured every inch of the pyramid inside and out and every angle. And in 1864, Smith published a 600-page book expounding his theories. It caused an uproar in archaeological circles for years afterwards. A small but devout cult still exists, still trying to validate his now thoroughly discredited concepts. Most of the literature on lost Atlantis also discusses Smith's and what? Most of the literature on lost Atlantis also discusses Smith and pyramidology. The UFO cults also have their pyramidologists. Just as the pyramids are a cornerstone in human history, they also serve as key evidence to many cults with widely diversified causes. Aside from the few major population centers, ancient Egypt was a mud hut culture. Then, as now, the masses live under nourished lives in grinding poverty. Technical skills were rare, yet somehow they managed to quarry those gigantic stones, transport them, and put them into place with geometric precision. We know that the Egyptians did build the 90-odd pyramids. The villages of Meru on the Upper Nile contains dozens of pyramids alone, plus numerous great temples and tombs which are still standing. But why did they build the Great Pyramid? The plain of Jar in Laos has been frequently mentioned in the war dispatches from Indochina. Did you ever wonder how it got its name? The answer is obvious. It is strewed with jars, huge stone jars. Some of them are over 6 feet high. Some are so large they can hold 6 men. There are over 1,000 of these peculiar artifacts scattered around the high plateau surrounded by mountains. They were apparently carved out of limestone and granite boulders, and they've been there forever. No one seems to know who carved them, when, and why. Why would anyone bother to spend weeks carving a giant stone jar in such a remote place? Mysterious stone masons have left the fruits of their labors all over our haunted planet. Many of these fruits make no sense at all. In Costa Rica, giant stone balls have been found deep in the jungle. Some of these are as big as 8 feet in diameter and weigh more than 16 tons. They are amazingly round and smooth. Scores of smaller ones, some only a few inches diameter, have also been found. Scientists have been unable to come up with an explanation for their purpose. Although they are obviously man-made, similar stones have been found in Mexico and Guatemala. One thing the scientists agree on is that the spheres must have been very important to the communities of people that made them. Science Digest observed in June 1967, using tools they had, it must have taken many years to make just one ball, even with many men working on it. Like the jars in Laos, these balls are made of granite and limestone. The United States is covered with strange artifacts and stone ruins of unknown origin. Every state boasts of several mysterious sites. In West Virginia, there are the remains of huge circular stone structures, apparently predating the Indians. In many states, there are ruins which archaeologists have murmured about being of Roman origin. Some of these sites have become minor local tourist attractions. Others are marked only by brief highway signs. A random few, such as Mystery Hill in North Salem, New Hampshire, have attained some celebrity. Mystery Hill features several chambers or tombs topped by gigantic sacrificial tables weighing over 4 tons. It is supported on stone legs and is carefully grooved. In 1969, in the New England Antiquities Research Association conducted carbon-14 tests around the site and concluded that it was probably built around 1000 BC. Recent investigations have demonstrated that some of the huge stones of Mystery Hill are carefully aligned with certain stars. Each year, the sun sets directly over the winter solstice monolith on the first day of the winter, December 1st. When viewed from the center of the site, the sacrificial table. The Delaware Indians have a tradition that a race of giants once inhabited the region east of the Mississippi, living in enormous cities and fortifications. There are innumerable references to giants in other Indian lore and in ancient literature all over the world, including, of course, the famous "there were giants in the earth in those days" biblical statement, Genesis 6:4. South American Indians also have many legends about giants and their special civilization. Most of the tales, no matter what the source, assert that the giants were unfriendly and even hostile to normal men. Bones of giants, who must have been 8 to 12 feet tall, have been found in mounds in Minnesota and several other places. So it is entirely possible that a race of giants did exist in early times, and some of these huge stone constructions must have been their handiwork. Unfortunately, science doesn't believe in giants, so all of this evidence has been ignored. There is also considerable evidence that Christopher Columbus was a rather late arrival to the New World. He was probably preceded by the Vikings and maybe even the ancient Phoenicians. Chinese artifacts have been found in Mexico and California, and also we know now in like places like Florida and Alabama, or Georgia, Alabama, one of those two. So perhaps even the Chinese beat Chris by several centuries. A knight from the Orkney Islands left a carving in Massachusetts in the 14th century. Near Havenair, Oklahoma, there is a stone 12 feet high, 10 feet wide, 16 inches thick, covered with ancient Scandinavian runic symbols. It was discovered by Choctaw Indians in 1830, and the archaeologists have been arguing about it ever since. Several other ruins stones have been found. And then it says here, organic material contain radioactivity which deteriorates at a known rate. The carbon-14 test is a universal accepted method of measuring such deterioration and determining the age of a material. The test does not work on inorganic substances such as stone, of course. Most famous being the Kensington stone found by a farmer near Kensington, Minnesota. At the turn of the century, two more rune stones have been found in Oklahoma in recent years. The last one was discovered by two schoolboys near Poteau, Oklahoma. Oklahoma. In September of 1967. As usual, the archaeologists are sharply divided over the validity of these discoveries. One group cries hoax, even though it would require an expert archaeologist and linguist to perpetrate such a hoax. Others, such as Frederick Pohl, a noted Norse scholar, seems to think these stones may be authentic. 50 years before Columbus conned Queen Elizabeth into financing his expedition, someone drew up a rough map of North America. A copy of this map was discovered by Lawrence Whiten, a rare book dealer from New Haven, Connecticut, in 1957. It is now part of a rare document collection in the I don't know how to pronounce that. I would say Beinecke, a library in Yale University, and is known as the Yale Vineland Map. Scientific investigators have dated it at AD 1440, and as usual, the leading experts have been arguing about it ever since. Some have branded it as an out-and-out hoax, while others have argued it as further evidence that the Vikings were frequent visitors to the New World. More substantial evidence has been found in the form of ruins from the Viking longhouse on the Angava Peninsula in northern Canada. A team of Laval University had dated it between the 11th and 12th century. Numerous other ruins and artifacts have been found all over North America. For example, two remarkably similar axes, both apparently of medieval European origin, have been discovered in Beardmore, Ontario, and Rocky Nook Point, Massachusetts. Archaeologists from the Smithsonian Institute uncovered a small slab of stone covered with ciphers in 1885 near Bat Creek, Tennessee. They decided it was probably the work of Cherokee Indians, but modern specialists such as Dr. Joseph B. Mahan of the Museum of Arts and Crafts in Columbus, Georgia, have taken a second look at it and disputed the old Indian theory. Dr. Mahan knows Cherokee, and he persuaded the Smithsonian to re-examine the Bat Creek stone. They simply can't ignore evidence, and Dr. Mahan stated, just because it doesn't fit their current theory. I'm going to turn on the fan. Sure enough. Fucking hell. Shit. Sorry for all this. No, I'm not sorry for all the swearing. I'm sick of being in pain. Sick of suffering just to reading a book out loud. So if I want to swear, I'm going to swear, damn it. And if nobody likes it, then it doesn't matter anyway, because nobody's listening. A similar stone was found by Manford Metcalf at Fort Benning, Georgia in 1968. Metcalf was looking for stones to build a barbecue grill in his backyard when he unearthed a stone. It is 9 inches square and covered with triangles, circles, and straight and wavy lines. He passed it on to Dr. Mahan, who thought the markings appeared to be characteristically Mediterranean. Another scientist, Dr. Cyrus H. Gordon, chamberman of Mediterranean Studies at Brandis University, agreed there were strong similarities between the Metcalf stone and samples of Minoan writings dated back 3,000 years to the Bronze Age civilizations which flourished on the Mediterranean island of Crete from 3000 to 11,000 BC. Dr. Gordon became the center of another controversy a few years ago when he announced that a sample of Phoenician writing found on a stone in Brazil was authentic. After other archaeologists had denounced it as a fraud, after all, it was hardly possible that the ancient Phoenicians could have visited Brazil, or was it? As for the Bat Creek stone, Dr. Gordon thinks it might have been the handiwork of Hebrews from Palestine during the Bronze Age. Well, if you believe that. I don't think they even existed back then. I think that's all a big lie myself. I don't see any evidence. I know it's very controversial, but I don't know. They lied about everything else. Why would they lie about that? But then again, they're not alone about lying about everything else. Everyone else seems to as well. Both scientists speculate that ancient Semitic tribes from the Middle East may have visited North America thousands of years ago. This, of course, revives memories of the lost tribe of Israel. Could they have somehow found their way to the continent and become that lost American culture described in the Mormon Bible? Dr. Mahan believes that some Indian tribes can be traced back to seafaring Mediterranean people. And by the way, he doesn't believe that. So he makes it clear. He's just bringing it up. This is what other people believe. The Yukai, he points out, are racially and linguistically different from other North American tribes. Their legends state, "We came as the sun came, we went as the sun went." Dr. Mahan interprets this to mean that the Yukai came from the east across the Atlantic Ocean and then moved northward to Florida, from Florida to Georgia. Some archaeologists tend to lump the ruins together with the stones bearing Indian petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are designs carved into rocks as path markers. Thousands have been found all over the Americas. Although innumerable isolated Indian tribes were obviously responsible for them, there are many interesting similarities in the symbols used. Some of these same symbols have been found carved on other ancient rocks in other parts of the world, suggesting that this form of writing was universal at one time. Even though the races and tribes responsible could not understand each other's language and in most cases had little or no contact, archaeologists studiously try to overlook the fact that some of these pictographs can be traced to ancient Mediterranean cultures, but the runic writings is quite distinct from the Indian petrographs. Runic stones carry alphabetic symbols, while petrographs bear pictures writings loosely related to the Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Kensington stone, as translated by Frederick Paul, described how 8 Goths and 22 Norwegians established a camp. One group went fishing, and when they returned, they found the 10 who had remained behind red with blood and dead. The year is given as 1362. Indian petrographs, on the other hand, were customarily devoted to trail information, where to find water and the like. One Indian petrograph of particular interest is a complex design which has been found throughout North, Central, and South America. It depicts a series of squares inside one another. The Hopi Indian called this the Mother Earth symbol. To the Pimas, I guess it is what it means, Pimas. It is the house of Tahu. To the Kunas of Panama, it is the tree of life. Astrologist Harold Sterling Gladwin, I'm going to say it's Gladwin, says something else in it when he's something else in it, saw something else in it when he studied the symbol carved on the wall of Casa Grande, Arizona. In his book, Man Out of Asia, he noted that the Mother Earth symbol is identical with the Minoan labyrinth depicted on coins from Knossos, Crete, if I'm saying that right. Knossos, circa 200 BC. The famous labyrinth was said to have been built by Daedalus to hide the half-man, half-bull Minotaur. Dr. Gladwin and Dr. Clyde Keeler of Milledgeville, Georgia, both seem to think that the Indians used the ancient labyrinth symbol as evidence of the influence of early Minoan culture. Minoan. Why do I keep saying Minoan? Minoan. That's what it is, Minoan culture. In the early 1960s, Angelo Gallinopoulos, a Greek scientist, produced still another theory for Atlantis. He suggested the sunken Minoan cities of Crete might have supplied the basis for the Atlantis legend. According to his theory, Plato got his dates wrong. Atlantis may have disappeared only 1,000 or so years before the historian heard the tale, not 9,000 years before. It may have been one of the Greek islands, possibly Thera. Divers and archaeologists working in the waters there in recent years have uncovered all kinds of evidence indicating that the Minoan culture came to a very abrupt end. So abrupt that craftsmen left their tools next to the unfinished works and fled. The explanation currently in vogue is that a sudden volcanic eruption destroyed the islands. Dr. Gallanopoulos has been particularly successful in matching Polo's description at Atlantis with which is now known about Thera. Dr. Bruce C. Hezine, an oceanographer, believes that the eruption occurred around 1400 BC. Needless to say, other scientists and schools loudly dispute this date. We do know that early Crete was the center of an impressive culture, that great cities and temples were built there, and that it was a major naval power. It is not likely, however, that Crete and Thera could have lived up to Plato's description of the super civilization of Atlantis. Still, we have all the perplexing evidence of the rune stones. Other artifacts scattered around this continent which demonstrate that men from Europe and possibly from Crete and Thera did visit America in pre-Columbian times. Is it even possible that groups settled here and built forts and temples, the remnants of which have served to augment the beliefs of dozens of cultures and fringe societies? In a learned dissertation on petroglyphs published by the Smithsonian in 1937, Julian H. Stewart frowned on the arguments that attempt to prove the Egyptian, Scythians, Chinese, and a host of other Old World people, including 10 lost tribes of Israel, invaded America in ancient days. He noted that devotees of the subject have written voluminous, arguing bitterly, and even fought duels. Now, over 30 years later, the Smithsonian is slowly changing its tune. They have stopped blaming the Indians for all these carved slabs. The Indians have been denying credit all along, of course. When the white men first arrived here in British Columbia, Canada, in 1860, on the West Coast Indians had already incorporated the carvings in their legends. Phil Thornburg, a petroglyphs expert in Victoria, Canada, said recently they showed them to white explorers and explained they were left by an ancient civilization and were the hub of creation. Thornburg points to what appears to be a carving of a Chinese dragon known in Indian legend as a Sisut. If that's right, S-I-S-U. I have no idea what that last letter is. We're just going to go Sisut. There does seem to be an oriental background to them. He observes being carved in sandstone, it's virtually impossible to say what age they are. I found some that were buried under more than 4 feet of topsoil. Now, this wasn't the kind of topsoil that would have washed over them. This was formed there, placing the age of the carving around 5 to 7,000 years, which is really ancient for this country. Thornburg found one petroglyph in Vancouver Island that had a hole worn completely through it by dripping water, proof that it has been there for a very long time. At another site, he found a carving which had crumbled when a massive tree grew straight up through it. Petroglyphs, which were definitely the work of the Indian tribes, often tell interesting stories about hunts and battles, and in several instances, encounters with the little people and other phantom inhabitants. Some contain solemn warnings that the valley and the mountain ahead is the abode of these sinister phantoms. The Cherokee Indians have legends about the strange entities who reside around Chimney Rock, North Carolina. White people have also seen them occasionally. In 1806, Reverend George Newton reported that to the Raleigh Register a very extraordinary vision of thousands of these beings in the air. They possessed a glittering appearance resembling the human form and were seen on or about Chimney Rock on the 31st of July last. Researcher Angelo Caparello found this testimony by Mrs. Reeves, one of the alleged witnesses. I looked towards the chimney. I was absolutely amazed, for south of Chimney Rock and floating along the side of the mountain was a huge crowd of white, phantom-like beings. Their clothing, and flimsy as it looked, I can only call it clothing, was so brilliant white, it almost hurt my eyes to look at them. Although I felt weak somehow, it left a solemn and pleasing impression on my mind. Chimney Rock is only one of the countless haunted places of this haunted planet.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives.
Chapter 4: Towers of Glass and Theories of Putty. Vitrified is a $10 word meaning to change into glass. Glass is made by heating sand, silica, and or various oxides of silicone, boron, and phosphorus, and other materials, then cooling the result rapidly to prevent crystallization. The process is fairly simple, and men have been manufacturing glass for thousands of years. When the first atomic bomb was exploded in New Mexico in 1945, it not only left a big hole in the ground, but a tremendous heat melted the sand, fused it together in glass-like fragments. And these scorched particles were identical to the objects known as the tektites. Tektites have been found all over our haunted planet and have baffled science for years. One recent expedition found tektites scattered all over an area 6,000 by 4,000 miles from Tasmania to the northern Philippines, and from East Indies to the east coast of Africa. These were analyzed as being approximately 700,000 years old. Like nature, science abhors the vacuum. Most books on mineralogy blatantly assert that tektites are of meteoric origin. It is a nice little theory, and everyone seems to believe it. However, the majority of all meteorites are made out of solid iron, and some are vaporized by the intense heat of friction when they enter our atmosphere. Substances capable of melting into glass would, of course, burn up before they hit the surface of the Earth. In 1969, a group of NASA scientists dished up a delicious new version of the meteorite theory. They announced that tektites were from the moon. Aeons ago, they speculated a huge meteor plummeted into the moon, striking it with such force that its impact hurled tons of moon dust into space. This lunar material attained escape velocity and passed into an orbit around the Earth, where it gradually was stuck downward by gravity, entered the Earth's atmosphere, melted, and fell into the Pacific Ocean. So another mystery was solved, unless you happen to have an 8th grade education, a slide rule, and a basic knowledge of the mechanics involved. It says there see tektites and geomagnetic reversal. B.P. Glass and Bruce C. Heisen, it's Scientific American, July 1967. They really don't want us to know about these cataclysmic events that happen in this place. You would find that the impacting meteor would have to be enormous size and be traveling at fantastic velocity in order to accomplish the first step. Casting debris beyond the moon's gravity, such as a meteor, would, in all probability, affect the moon in other discernible ways, such as changing its orbit. Next, a long series of spectacular coincidences would be necessary for the debris to enter the proper orbit at the proper time so that it would lapse into a retrograde orbit around the Earth. Finally, since tons of tektites are scattered and pass across the specific floor, and since we know that less than 5% of a mass entering the Earth's atmosphere is likely to survive and hit the surface, the quantity of lunar material necessary to produce these tektites must have been larger than the original impacting meteor. Hunks of glass have fallen from the sky, however. In fact, since ancient times, all kinds of odd junk have been dropping on us, ranging from solid pillars to metal wheels to huge blocks of ice, to vast quantities of real blood, and even raw meat. Science conveniently ignores everything but the iron lumps, which they presume are pieces of old planets drifting around in space. To astronomy's credit, we do know that there are groups of this debris in the Earth's orbit around the sun, and we can predict annual meteor showers which occur as we pass through this mess. One chunk of glass and metal crashed into a driveway in Canifton, Ontario in September 1968. Wesley Reed looked at it and saw that it was too hot to handle. After it cooled, he found that he had brownish had a brownish object weighing about 12 ounces. When it was tested by experts, they found it to be made of glass laced with small quantities of pure zinc. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to be part of the man-made satellite, which contains very little glass, if any, and it definitely fell out of the sky. Earth's phantoms and inhabitants are always dumping their garbage on us. Flying saucers enthusiasts have been collecting and analyzing this junk for years and have found pieces of pure aluminum, magnesium, tin, copper, slag, and endless varieties of silicon. Unfortunately for them, none of this aerial debris seems to support their contention that UFOs are spaceships from another planet, nor has any known meteor strewn such material or tektites in its path. The discovery of tektites and vitrified stones among the ancient ruins of Baalbek have inspired another popular ufological myth, that Baalbek once served as a spaceport for rocket ships from another world. A Soviet anthropologist, Professor M. Agris, proposed the theory in an article in Moscow's Literaturная Gazeta, whatever, in 1959. He also suggested that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by an atomic bomb. Lot's wife, he assured, did not turn into a pillar of glass, salt, but was actually reduced to a pile of ash when she ignored a warning not to linger behind Lot's fleeing party. Baalbek is located in Lebanon, east of Beirut, and north of Damascus, Syria. In ancient times, it was a thriving city filled with great temples dedicated to Baal, the sun god. The pillars and the stone slabs, some weighing many tons, still standing, are impressive, but no more impressive than the scores of other similar ruins scattered throughout the Middle East. Enormous ruins of this type can be found deep in the heart of inhospitable deserts, raising once again the question of how the ancient people managed to quarry, transport, erect these monuments with crude tools and a minimum of technical aids. Yet quite obviously they did manage, and managed well. In 1948, an expedition from the University of Chicago unearthed the remnants of an ancient village 30 miles east of Kirkuk, Iraq. Kirkuk. Is that how you might pronounce it? Dr. Robert J. Braidwood estimated that the village had been settled some 8,000 years ago. Baalbek is, in comparison, a modern city. Professor Agris' theory where a bombshell theories were a bombshell to the assorted cults, particularly the flying saucer believers. He regarded the presence of tektites as evidence that atomic-powered rockets had once used a vast stone platforms and Baalbek as launching areas. Apparently, he did not know that vitrified ruins are a common phenomenon all over the world. Forts and towers so old that there are no legends to account for them can be found throughout northern Europe and the British Isles, and the walls of many of these are vitrified. At some point in the distant past, these structures must have been subjected to tremendous heat, though not necessarily from blast of some nuclear-powered rocket. Lightning is an explanation most frequently offered by science, but there is no evidence to indicate that lightning bolts vitrify stone or even sand. Although we really know very little about lightning and its effects, it would take dozens of lightning bolts all striking the same spot to produce these vitrified monuments. In some parts of the world, such as an area of 18,000 square yards outside of Cuzco, Peru, whole hillsides have been vitrified. Theories of volcanic activity and glacial movements have been offered to account for these, but none of these theories really work. There are legends describing how the planet was once bathed in fire, maybe more than once. So this vitrification could be the product of some nearly forgotten natural catastrophe. On October 8, 1871, a gigantic fireball and meteor roared over Midwest, causing a rash of disastrous fires in several states, including the famous Chicago fire. Thousands of people were killed in Illinois and Wisconsin, and vast areas were ravaged by flames that night. A similar fiery visitor from space could have caused the vitrification. Another strange phenomenon could be to blame. From time to time, overpowering waves of heat from an unknown source are concentrated in specific areas. I don't know how to pronounce this. Friguria, Portugal, suffered one of these mysterious blasts of heat for 2 minutes on July 6, 1949. The temperature soared to 158 degrees. Hundreds of people collapsed in the street while thousands of chickens and ducks killed over dead. And the Mondego River dried up suddenly in several places, killing countless fish. We don't understand this phenomenon at all, and it is possible that even more intense heat waves of this type have occurred in the past. The followers of Agreste were not about to accept such mundane explanations for the vitrification of Baalbek, however. A young astronomer, Dr. Carl Sagan, presented a paper before the American Rocket Society on November 15, 1962, in which he repeated Professor Agreste's speculations and urged that ancient myths and legends be re-examined for possible clues to an early visit by an extraterrestrial civilization. Other researchers scoured the ancient records of India and found things such as the Mahabharata, a document dating back more than 3,000 years, which describes a blazing missile that hurled out of the sky into the midst of an attacking army, producing a radius of smokeless fire, which flattened chariots, ignited forests, and boiled rivers, and produced dark clouds of death. All this sounds uneasily like an atomic attack. In the Masala Parva, another ancient historical account, there is a vivid depiction of some kind of death-dealing ray which began as a small, bright glow and grew into a shaft of brilliant light and then consumed its target. This phenomenon was accompanied by violent winds, peals of thunder in cloudless skies, and earth tremors. Terrible rakshasa, shaped like huge mounds, attacked another Indian army from the sky and fired weapon winged of gold. What? Indian army from the sky and fired weapons winged with gold, thunderbolts, and hundreds of fiery wheels. Even in the Bible, we are told how the prophet Elijah was saved. Even Elijah was saved. Remember, saved by balls of fire which wiped out 100 soldiers and their captains. Kings 2:1. That would have been around 890 BC. There are innumerable stories of this type from all cultures indicating that WoW is armed with spectacular advanced weapons and doesn't hesitate to use them against mortal men. So one cultist conclusion about the vitrified forts is that they were attacked by flying saucers which focused deadly heat rays on them and their occupants. However, the entire desert between Damascus and Baghdad is littered with blackened rocks. Thousands of square miles seem to be charged not by the sun but by some long-forgotten holocaust. Did WoW lay waste to all of Mesopotamia? Or did some horrible natural disaster wipe out the great civilization that once thrived there? No. It's not what I was after. Chapter 5, Strong Men and Stupid Enterprises. My son was just showing up sometime, and now I'm in between 8, and I have no food. So, and I know he doesn't want to go shopping with his freaky looking, crippled old man of a dad, but he's going to have to go with me if he wants any food for this weekend. Chapter 5, Strong Men and Stupid Enterprises. 4,000 years ago, Great Britain was populated by a small group of people barely out of the Stone Age. They had a few primitive tools made of bones, and they probably eked out a living with only the greatest difficulty. Anthropologists estimate that there were probably about 300,000 of them. They were undoubtedly divided into warring clans and factions, since factionalism is a natural state of man, yet somehow thousands of these people managed to get together to spend many generations quarrying huge stones, some weighing 30 tons, and the Preseli Mountains of Wales, and hauling these enormous blocks 240 miles to Salisbury. There they systematically arranged these stones in a circle, following measurements so precise that they were able to construct a mathematical correct astronomical computer. It is called Stonehenge. Like the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge appears to have been a pointless and impossible exercise. Thousands of workers had been fed, clothed, and housed for generations as they labored on the profitless project. Top flight administrative talent must have been necessary to plan and organize the work and supervise its execution. Architects had to design the monument with care before the first block of stone was chipped out of the hillside. Above all, we are asked by the archaeologists to believe that these early primitives had motivation necessary to dedicate themselves to such an awesome task. We are also asked to believe that they pushed and hauled these monstrous stones up and down hills, across rivers, through forests, and soupy bogs of sledges, on sledges and wooden rollers. Then somehow they managed to stand the slabs on end, lifted other stones on the top of them, and built the whole thing so securely that it would last for 4,000 years. Plainly, the whole thing is quite absurd. In his definitive work, Stonehenge Decoded, astronomer Gerald S. Hawkins catalogs these absurdities and offers the educated estimate that the construction of Stonehenge required at least 1.5 million man-days of physical labor. He calculates that it took 3 centuries to build. That's 10 generations. 10 generations of primitive people. 10 generations of primitive people who were somehow convinced that it was worthwhile to arrange a pile of giant stones in a circle on an English plain. For generations, the work on Salisbury Plain must have absorbed most of the energies, physical, mental, and spiritual, and most of the material resources of the whole people, Hawkins observed. There are others, of course, who prefer to believe that the early Britons didn't build Stonehenge at all. To them, it is obviously the work of the Atlanteans or even the wondrous space people. If Stonehenge were the only existing megalithic structure of this type in Britain, Hawkins' work would be more acceptable. Unfortunately, there are several hundred of these stone circles scattered about the British Isles, and many of them just as mysterious as Stonehenge. We must therefore assume that all the Stone Age Britons were frantically engaged in monument building for at least 1,000 years. If the scientists have dated Stonehenge correctly, then its construction occurred around the same time that the Minoan culture blossomed on distant Crete. The Great Pyramid had already been built and was in the final stages. So far as we can tell, the Indians had not yet appeared in North and South America. On Lewis, the northernmost island of the Outer Hebrides, Outer Hebrides, I don't know what that is, many hundreds of miles north of Stonehenge, there is another group of giant standing stones arranged in a circle called the Callanish. The ring consists of 13 blocks set around a large central stone. It is erected in a desolate, hard-to-reach place, again posing the questions, how and why did early builders put it there? Since Callanish is somewhat cruder than Stonehenge, Hawkins speculates that perhaps it was built first, and the builders applied what they had learned from the effort to the latter construction on Salisbury Plain. But the two sites are separated by a vast distance and expanses of water. In order for the theory to work, we need evidence that the early Britons were also great travelers and had a society developed enough so that it could travel in large groups. The small wandering tribes couldn't meet these criteria. Astronomers and scientists have been measuring and studying these sites for centuries, and the general conclusion is that the stones were arranged in such a way that they deliberately aligned with certain stars and phases of the moon to form a crude computer which acted as a calculator. Hawkins fed his own calculations into the modern electronic computer and produced numerous charts and tables demonstrating such correlations. In essence, when a man stands in the center of Stonehenge Circle and specific stars or the sun or moon appear directly over specific stones at specific times of the year in a manner which had to be planned by the builders. Hawkins noted some 240 Stonehenge alignments translated into celestial declinations. For whatever reason, those Stonehenge builders built as they did, their final complete creation was a marvel and as intricately aligned as any interlocking series of astronomical observing instruments, which indeed it was, and yet archaeologically perfectly simple in function, subtle and elaborate, and appearance stark, imposing, awesome. Stonehenge was the thing that of surpassing ingenuity and of design, variety of usefulness, grandeur in concept and construction, an eighth wonder of the ancient world. Considering the enormous amount of effort that must have gone into its construction, Stonehenge ranks as the costliest calendar in the world. Earlier inventors tried to explain Stonehenge as the work of the Romans, the Danes. Similar constructions stand in Denmark, and the Druids as esoteric priesthood which entered Britain from France in 500 BC. Stonehenge had been around for at least 1,000 years when the Druids arrived. But nevertheless, Druidism has become closely allied with Stonehenge. Even today, members of the most ancient order of Druids make an annual pilgrimage to the site to perform their rites which they claim date back to the days of Atlantis. Incidentally, Hawkins discovered that a significant cycle occurs every 18.6 years at Stonehenge. He calls it the midwinter moonrise, for the moon rises over one particular stone every 18.6 years. Then he points out with some glee a statement by an ancient historian, Diodorus, circa 50 BC. The moon, as viewed from the islands, appeared to be but a little distance from the earth, and to have it and have on it prominences and have its prominences like those of the earth, which are visible to the eye. The account is also given that the god visited the island every 19 years, the period in which the return of the stars to the same place in the heavens is accomplished. What god visited the British Isles every 19 years? Could Stonehenge have been constructed to predict the appearance of some alien being? This would have given those ancient astronomers, ancient stonemasons, a strong religious motive for constructing it. Whoever planned Stonehenge had to have a knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. Did the Stone Age Britons possess such? Most of us today don't have that knowledge. Or was the information passed along to them somehow? Were they following orders just as Moses followed the specifications given to him by Jehovah or Yahweh for the construction of the Golden Ark Exodus 25. The gods and demons of all cultures have always had a penchant for ordering men to build huge, seemingly useless temples, tombs, and artifacts. Soon after Gerald Hawkins published a summary of his findings in Nature, October 26, 1963, he became the center of controversy. Mathematicians, astronomers, and archaeologists who had never been near Stonehenge assaulted his thesis and dissected his semantics. He did leave many unanswered questions, largely because they were unanswerable. 20 miles from Stonehenge, there is another ancient wonder, the Mammoth Mound at Silbury. I call that Salisbury when it's Silbury. This is a man-made mound of earth 130 feet high, covering over 5 acres. Scientists estimate that it was constructed around 1800 BC, which means that while thousands of early Britons were starting work on Stonehenge, other hundreds or thousands were pointlessly hauling baskets of dirt to Silbury to build one of the largest mounds on earth. In 1848, a group of investigators burrowed a tunnel into it, going from the top to the bottom in hope of finding some clue. All they discovered were some picks made from red deer antlers. Recently, these objects were given the carbon-14 test, and were found to be from around 800 BC. This was most upsetting to the theorists who believed that the mound was at least 1,000 years older than that. At the present time, a team of American and British archaeologists are busy digging new holes in Salisbury Mound, searching for new clues. God knows what it is today, because this is 50 years ago. 52 years ago when this was written. Or published, at least. Man-made mounds of unknown origin, purpose, number in the thousands all over this haunted planet. In Ireland, there are called Sidhe, or fairy mounds, and are purportedly the homes of the little people. St. Patrick is supposed to have stood on Patrick, a mound in County Mayo, when he ordered the snake out of Ireland. Hundreds of these mounds are scattered throughout the United States, and probably more than that, where they are popularly called Indian mounds, even though the Indians have no legends to account for them. Some of the mounds in Ohio, Minnesota, and the Southwest are skillfully laid out in geometric patterns which can be seen only from the air. When viewed from above, they represent elephants, birds, snakes, and other animals. Whoever laid these things out apparently intended them to be seen from the air. From the ground, they appear to be nothing more than symmetrical hills with flat tops. Aerial surveys of South America have revealed elaborate, rigid fields and earthwork, some covering 50,000 acres and some as long as 1,000 miles. And at least 5 scattered locations, the rigid field at Lake Titicaca and the Andes covers 200,000 acres and is spread over 160 miles. These man-made ridges and mounds may have been part of a complex agricultural and irrigation system. Other mounds and ridges of this sort are spread throughout Europe and Asia. Stone chests found in the mounds in the Mississippi Valley are identical to chests dug up in mounds in Yorkshire, England. But most of the mounds have yield little or nothing to patient diggers. Yet the presence of these mounds everywhere is an indication of a worldwide culture in prehistoric times which regarded mound building as an important activity. Okay, let's get back to this reading. A friend of mine called, which I need to call back, and my son showed up, so we went grocery shopping. I'm going grocery shopping in a couple of weeks, and there's nothing in the refrigerator, so for what it was worth. We do know that mound building persisted as part of the burial rites of ancient peoples. Earlier historians such as Homer and Herodias, so Homer's and Herodias described these rites. Alexander the Great is supposed to have spent a fortune to erect a huge mound over the grave of his friend Hephaestion, and I know I'm not saying it right. My apologies. So it's Hephaestion. Hephaestion. Kind of ancient Scythia on the a kind of ancient Scythia on the Black Sea were buried under mounds. What is an ancient Scythia? Do you guys know? I don't know. Let's find out. Scythia. First we'll find out the pronunciation.
Scythia.
Scythia. Scythia sounds pronounced Scythia? I have a hard time believing that. But if they say so.
Scythia.
It's Scythia.
Scythia.
Why can't
Scythia.
there be a universal language that everyone speaks the same damn frickin' way? Spells it phonetically. Scythia. Scythia is known as a Pontic. Scythia was a kingdom created by the Scythians. I always thought that they were Scythians, but okay, the Scythians. The 3rd century BC, Pontic Caspian steppes. One of the ancient nomadic race living in the steppes of southern Russia. Okay, on the northern coast of Black Sea, and extending indefinitely north, Scythians. So Scythia, Scythians. While we're at it, let's find out how to pronounce that one dude's. While we're at it, while I'm at it, I don't care what people think of me. I just want to know something. Now, maybe we'll be able to pronounce it.
There's one simple vision hack anyone can use to improve vision.
Thank you for your patience.
Hephaestion.
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 Hephaestion. Hephaestion. Which Hephaestion. Hephaestion, ancient Greek, from 358 to October of 324 BC, son of Amytor, was an ancient Macedonian nobleman of probable Antioch or Ionian extraction. General of the army of Alexander the Great. Okay. All right. Well, we learned a few things for whatever it's worth. Anyways, Scythian. Ancient Scythian of the Black Sea were buried under mounds. Archaeologists assume that this mound building practice led eventually to the development of the Egyptian pyramids. The desert sand was a poor mound making material, so the Egyptians switched to some blocks. But how did the mound building spread to the Americas in pre-Indian epoch? Flying saucer cults read great significance into the fact that many modern UFO sightings seem to congregate around old Indian mounds. Strange lights and embalming and weaving and blinking and intelligent patterns periodically convert above the mounds of Ohio and Mississippi Valley. Since UFOs have a tendency to appear at the same time geographically in the same geographical locations year after year, century after century, it is possible that ancient people saw them too and erected the mounds for them. Some flying saucer writers have borrowed a page from Professor Agres' bailback theory and suggested that the flattened top mounds were intended as UFO airports. If the great mounds were merely monuments of the dead, they were costly ones. Even with modern bulldozers and steam shovels, it would take much time and money to construct a mound 130 feet high and 5 acres square, like the Salisbury Mound. It is difficult to visualize tribes of the prehistoric people engaging in activities for months or years. It is even more difficult to think of them planning, that is an asterisk, or as it says, see pre-Columbian rigged fields. Did I say rigid fields? Not rigged. Rigid fields. Pre-Columbian rigid fields. Did I spell that wrong? Sure did. It's amazing what I do. It never ceased to shock me, my morality, my imbecilic nature. Okay. Where was I at when I got all distracted again? Okay, so I think of them planning mounds so they would present specific symbols when seen from the air. Now, it has been established that while the early Britons were simultaneously erecting Stonehenge and piling dirt for Silbury Mound, they were also carving giant figures in nearby hillsides. The figure of a great white horse is cut into a summit of a hill in Berkshire Downs. At Cerne Abbey, a giant. So at Cerne Abbey, a giant caveman is traced upon the hillside. He carries a club. His male genitals are prominently displayed. A similar figure, the Long Man of Wilmington, was emasculated by early Christians. There are many other spots spotted from Australia to Africa to the United States, all obviously meant to serve as landmarks for unknown pilots cruising the virgin skies. The tradition of making these landmarks survived until at least 1,500 years ago. For that is the apparent age of the famous Nazca lines found in the Peruvian desert. Nobody paid much attention to these lines until the early 1940s. Since then, they have become an important facet of the Atlantean and flying saucer lore. From ground level, the Nazca lines are merely a jumble of paths made by brushing aside the stones and pebbles of the desert. There is a little rain and natural erosion in the area, so the lines have remained intact for at least 700 years and possibly for 1,500. Estimates vary. Seen from the air, the clearances from the outlines of spiders, birds, fish, assorted monsters and unknown animals, and numerous squares and rectangles, some larger than 2 football fields. Dr. Maria Ricci, a German, or maybe it's Reich, Maria Reich, Reich, I don't know how you pronounce it, a German astronomer, has lived at Nazca for 20 years, carefully charting all the lines by viewing them atop a high ladder. Daniel Cohen remarked it in Science Digest, May 1970. In spite of such devotion to her work, she is regarded by most scientists as a woman obsessed with a theory rather than careful scientist. Dr. Reich, depending how you pronounce it, I would say Reich, had produced all sorts of correlations between the lines and positions of the sun, moon, and stars. She postulates a gigantic desert calendar with which the ancient Peruvians could mark the passing of the years. Her opponents argue that with so many lines and so many astronomical bodies with which to make alignments, it is possible to work up many correlations, but that they are meaningless. The Inca Nazca people who created these lines were massacred in the wars which followed Francisco Pizarro's invasion of Peru in the 1500s. The Inca civilization destroyed by Pizarro apparently came along centuries after the lines were laid out. An ancient Inca road slices across the desert, ruthlessly severing the lines. It would seem that the Incas regarded the lines as insignificant. Nevertheless, hundreds of people must have worked for years, if not for generations, in planting these lines and scratching away the topsoil to render them. The Nazca lines remain as another of early man's energetic but seemingly pointless enterprises. On Easter Sunday, 1722, Dutch Admiral Jacob Roggeveen landed on an island in the Pacific, some 2,200 miles from the coast of South America. First thing he saw were hundreds of giant statues squatting near the waterline, staring out to sea. They were huge, eyeless heads mounted on small stone bodies. Some were as high as 36 feet. Admiral Roggeveen had discovered not Atlantis but Easter Island, a pitiful barren volcanic island with an area of 45 square miles, with almost no trees, with no wildlife except for hordes of bothersome insects. It was populated by cannibalistic tribes of the Polynesian origin who had apparently migrated there centuries before. The current population of 270, but at the time it was considerably larger. Intertribal wars and raids by early slave traders whittled the population down. Ahu statues were quarried from volcanic rock. Some weighed as much as 30 tons. Since wood is practically non-existent on the island, the statues must have been hauled out of the quarries with ropes and sheer muscle power, and dragged down to beaches and raised upright with more muscle power. Many of the monuments were topped with a hat or a pukuo made out of red rock. Some of these pukuos weigh 5 tons. How did the natives raise these 5-ton carvings to the top of the erected statues is another puzzle. Like the builders of Stonehenge, Easter Islanders had to accomplish their task with with the crudest kind of tools. Each statue must represent months or years of labor. There are over 600 on the island. The statue building came to an abrupt stop at the end for some reason. So abrupt that the workers dropped their stone chisels on the spot. Their tools have been found in the quarry next to 200 unfinished statues, some of which measure 66 feet long. Various expeditions have visited Easter Island and tried to piece together the story of the Ahu builders. But the surviving natives have only the vaguest legends. During the tribal conflicts of the 18th and 19th centuries, many of the statues were overturned and destroyed rather contemptuously. Remnants of the island culture were erased by wars, slavers, and smallpox epidemic, and missionaries who ordered the destruction of pagan artifacts. The letter included ancient wooden tablets covered with an unknown form of writing. Only a few samples of these tablets remain in scattered museums. Scientists who have concluded that the Easter Islanders are Polynesian, blithely overlooked the fact that megalithic structures are virtually unknown in Polynesia, and that although that turns out not to be true now, since then we discover that it is not true, and that the Polynesians never developed, and I not say all Polynesians, but there's certain islands that look like they did have some megalithic structures, whether they're theirs or not. The Polynesians never developed a form of writing. One Easter Island legend stresses that wars were waged between a tribe of long-eared people and a tribe of short ears. The short ears won and presumably ate all the long ears. Perhaps the longer ears were the Ahu builders. Easter Island is so isolated that the early settlers must have been marooned there, lacking wood for boat building, remained out of touch with the rest of the world for centuries. While they developed their own peculiar culture, they did have a complicated religion. It is possible that the statues were some part of it. The red hats could have some meaning, for even the American Indians have legends and prophecies about the gods in red hats. But there are also intriguing legends of red-haired beings in such distant and isolated places as Borneo, and ancient gods of Europe and Asia were often described as having red or blonde hair. Modern UFO contactees claim that the space people who ride around in flying saucers have long red hair or blonde hair. So it is not surprising that some cultists speculate that members from WOW may have visited Easter Island and that the Ahu statues are tributes to them, each statue symbolizing one appearance of a god. Scores of giant red-haired mummies have been found in a cave 22 miles from Lovelock, Nevada, and the last 60 years. The first one discovered in 1912 were between 5 and 7 feet tall. Artifacts found in the same cave have been dated by carbon-14 tests. Apparently the cave had been occupied as far back as 5,000 years. The local Paiute Indians have legends about these giants, describing them as being cannibalistic. In her book, Life Among the Paiutes, 1882, Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins wrote that the last of the red-haired giants were exterminated by the Paiutes in the 19th century. They would dig large holes in their trails at night. Mrs. Hopkins reported, our people would fall into those holes. That tribe would even eat their own dead. Yes, they would even come and dig up the dead after they were buried and would carry them off and eat them. Life among the Paiutes. I know I'm doing what people have already done before, but it's like the times that you gotta do your own homework, right? Life among the Paiutes. Okay. Sounds like a living hell. Atlantis lore also describes giant red-haired cannibals who behaved almost like traditional vampires. Some authors have speculated that the red-haired giants invaded Easter Island from South America, and the cannibalistic rites of the Easter Islanders were inherited from them. There is now an American military base on Easter Island, and recently the workmen and heavy equipment constructing an airfield were diverted to raise one of the flattened statues. It took a heavy crane to do the job that was once done by hundreds of dedicated natives engaged in another of early man's impressive but pointless enterprises. Easter Island has been a favorite of National Geographic for years, and the cultists have had a field day inventing explanations for the mystery. But there are many other Pacific islands, even more remote and very rarely visited, which pose far more baffling questions. The city of Metalanium on the southeastern shore of Panepe, I guess it's Ponape. I'm going to say Ponape Island, and Micronesia is now in ruins, but it once could have housed 2 million people. No one knows who built it or when. Some of the stone blocks in those ruins weigh 15 tons, and the stone used in the city is not from the island. Gigantic waterways and channels intersect the city, some of them large enough to float a battleship. Who built this enormous place, and how did they move those huge stone blocks across the Pacific to the island? Whatever happened to the 2 million residents? Well, let's find out if we could find any images of that. How many of you recall that one? The city
I'm gonna shut this door.
of Panepe Island, Micronesia. We'll see what happens. This, yes indeed. This is the video that I shared with somebody that Burn Eye, Third Eye Science guy shared. Nan Madol. Yes, Nan Madol. Yes. I thought they originally found that. Of course they didn't find it. This stuff was, they were telling this stuff to us frickin' 70 years, 50 years ago. And we're rediscovering again? How did this all get lost in time? Pretty easy to have it happen, isn't it? "3,000 miles to the southeast of Panepe Island on tiny Melind Island in the Line Island chain, there are ruins of 40 stone temples whose architecture is identical to the Metalanim. Basalt roads lead from these ruins straight into the Pacific Ocean. The island is uninhabited and covered with guano, bird droppings. But if We draw an imaginary line southwards to Maldin. For 1,200 miles, we arrive at Rarotonga and the Cook Islands. Here, another ancient road of basalt blocks rises out of the ocean. No shit. We really did have a cataclysmic event, didn't we? Of horrendous proportions. It's innumerable other hard-to-reach islands scattered throughout the Pacific are dotted with enigmatic ruins, canals, and roadways from some long-lost culture. They all seem to be interrelated, as if they were all once part of some great civilization. Damn it. Stop it. Stop. What is going on here? I just ate something, so my body's starting to shut down. Every time I eat something, I have to take a nap. It's a mess. And I don't eat that much. They all seem to be interrelated, as if they were all part of some great civilization. It would be prohibitively expensive to organize a proper scientific expedition to visit and study all these far-flung ruins systematically. Besides, their existence doesn't fit in with any of the current anthropological theories. Suppose some scientists should find that they date back 10,000 years or more and are the remnants of some superior civilization of the past. No matter how substantial his evidence, might be, he would be immediately crucified by his colleagues and drummed out of all scientific societies. Obviously, Metalanum was built by cannibals with stone chisels, and those canals served their religious rites to the water gods. Believers in the lost continents of Mu, Pan, and Lemuria, which might have been one place, nosily embraced these tidbits as evidence that a great landmass did exist in the Pacific at one time, and that it was populated with a highly advanced race, while the Egyptians, Britons, and the Cretans were all fashioning stone axes. One cultist tradition passed along by talkative elementals and members of the Wow is that Lemuria preceded Atlantis. After Lemuria sank into the Pacific, the Atlantis culture got underway and flourished for 14,000 years before it, too, sank 10,500 years ago. A mystical archaeologist named James Churchward is largely responsible for the modern revival of interest in Mu. In the early part of this century, he traveled through Central and South America, probing into ancient ruins and trying to decipher stone carvings and petroglyphs. Then he published a series of books which combined scientism and what is that word? Soilism. That's not that word. He can't be. I want to think idolism, but what is that a word? Scoilism. Sciolism. So sciolism. Noun, superficial show or learning. So sciolism. Now can I pronounce it? Sciolism is what it is. Sciolism.
Soulism. Soulism.
Soilism.
Soulism.
Soilism. That's a word I never heard. I guess I should have been reading all this time instead of suffering in my bed, at my deathbed for 10 years. Thanks to that fucking MS. You think I might be a little bit better? Yeah, I'm a little bit better. But I'm going to fight to the bitter end. Even if I know the hell out of everybody. Anyways. Where was that when I lost my train of thought again? My place, better yet. He published a series of books that combined scientism and soilism. That is, he applied the scientific method to dubious fragments of evidence to support his contention that supercontinent once existed in the Pacific. In his view, Easter Island served as a kind of factory, and the great stone heads manufactured there were shipped off to other parts of Mu. Poorly investigated ruins in the Pacific Islands and the Great Island Mounds. Yes, huge man-made mounds are found on many of these islands, were all a part of the ancient civilization, he said. He leaned on scrambled traditions of stone carvings and vague legends of undefined origin. These were mixed in with the flat statements of elementals and strange wise men. Churchward also saw evidence or traces of Mu in the ruins of Mayan civilizations, or the Mayan civilization in Central America, and the Aztec and Incan culture further south. He compiled charts which compared the writings of Maya with the hieroglyphs of Egypt, and he constructed an ancient alphabet of Mu. Ultimately, he produced precise maps of Mu and tried to demonstrate how the mysterious ruins found in the United States were linked to those that remote continent. Silas everywhere leaped on to his bandwagon, and an enormous body of Mu literature has developed, but science remains unconvinced. And then it has a couple of these lost continent Mu. Oh, I don't even know if I want to look at any of that stuff for Fisher, particularly. Actually, there is considerable merit in Churchward's evidence, even though his conclusions and his bold statements about Mu history can be questioned. A fantastic culture of stone builders and mound builders predated modern man by centuries or even thousands of years. Obviously, did exist all over the planet. The only possible explanation for the many Pacific ruins, such as a huge stone arch found in the coral atoll of Tonga Tabu, two upright columns weighing 70 tons each, topped by a crosspiece weighing 25 tons, is that these islands must have somehow been linked together by a landmass in a distant past. The culture of this mysterious land spreads throughout the world. Then an unthinkable catastrophe occurred, a catastrophe which altered the face of the whole earth and wiped out everything but the most durable constructions of that doomed race. In fact, the slate was wiped clean. The ancient world was destroyed and a new race slowly emerged. But we are still haunted by racial memories of our planet's past. Every race And every culture has preserved, even guarded memories of that early epoch. Unfortunately, modern science has boxed itself and dedicated itself to proving Darwin's theory of evolution and other theories which supply a rationale but not a necessary valid explanation of man's origin or past. And I'll take a break from all this reading. But we got the first 5 chapters done. I'll probably take at least 3 readings to do this. I'm not going to be doing and I got this past 2 readings. I've been reading them in like chunks of an hour, but I'm also just made chunks of chapters. Even if it takes 3 or 4 or 5 hours to do it, no one's listening anyways. I can just archive it. You know what I mean? I'd listen to it down the road myself.
Relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Don't know, you should take it slow. Are you searching? Is it hard to find? If you're broken, running out of time, what you don't have is any peace of seasons don't change who we are. The good is gone, but there's nowhere to go. If I can't go, will you take me there? I won't break